everyone, and thank you for your patience. It just took us a few extra minutes to get everybody assembled. So I'm Jeff Broadleib. I'm the chairman of the village's Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation. And I'd like to call this meeting to order, this meeting on February 22nd, 2021. And by way of roll call, let me introduce the members, and there may be various spots on your screen, but Sarah Latham, Peter DeWitt, John Gregory, and Mark McIntyre are our co-panelists and co-members of the board. And whereas we have a quorum, more than three, I move to open the meeting. Do I have a second on that?
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. And participating in assisting us tonight are our legal counsel, Alice Cooley, our recording secretary, Jackie Allen, and our videographers, Kat and Charlie Styler. And I thank them. And we all seem to be having, at least some of us seem to be having periodic connection problems. So if we freeze, we've got other people who could fill in. So we'll do the best we can, and please bear with us. We've got a full schedule tonight. There are about some 35 attendees. We'll try to go through the meeting as expeditiously and as efficiently as possible, at the same time recognizing that everyone who is making an application has something very important to them, and we will by all means give you due consideration. And so I ask, has everyone read the minutes from the last meeting?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and any corrections at this point? And if not, then I move that we dispense with the reading of the minutes and accept them as submitted. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I assume there's no opposition to that. Okay, and for everybody's benefit, as I said, to make this meeting as efficient as possible, each applicant will be able to present their case and or their application. And in the case of people coming back the second time, let's really focus on those elements that were carryovers. We don't have to go through the entire application. And then it will be the board's turn to comment, then the applicant's response, and then we'll open up to public comment with the applicant having the chance to respond after that and for further board discussion before we vote. So also, as I often do, I start the meeting with a statement of the board's purpose, but as I was rereading the code this evening, there were two elements that stood out and four words that describe essentially what we do for the benefits of the applicants. It's twofold: architectural harmony and historical appropriateness. Those are our two major concerns, and that's what we'll be addressing this evening. So with that being said, let's proceed with the meeting. And the first agenda item is written decisions, and that being of Maria Janis at 208 Pond Lane for the demolition of an existing dwelling. Alice, I'll turn that over to you.
Did you want me to read it or?
No. I just wanted to make sure that everybody confirmed that everybody got it, and give people a chance if they had any comments. I mean, personally, I do not. So
I move to accept the written decision.
Okay. It was very straightforward. So anybody want to second that?
Second.
Okay, and all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So with that and no objections, so we will accept the written decision from Maria Janis at 208 Pond Lane. Okay. Let's begin with the public hearings. And the first one on the agenda is that of Thomas and Meredith Joyce at 765 Hill Street for certificate of appropriateness for partial demolition, relocation, and restoration of existing structure. Could the applicant please step forward virtually?
Okay, Jeff, we have Gary Lawrence and John Bennett.
Okay. So, gentlemen, at the last meeting, I should allow you to identify yourself.
I'm John Bennett and Reed, 212 Windmill Lane. In the village, we're representing the applicant.
Okay.
Is Gary here? Gary, you here for this?
Okay, Gary, you're muted. Either press your space bar or unmute your.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I don't think I'm supposed to be in this part of the meeting.
I didn't think so.
Gotcha.
But nice
Let me
to see you,
put-
Gary.
Okay.
Always a pleasure.
This is the wonder of Zoom meetings. We can have so many people together.
Yes.
So
Raise your hand during the right matter, Gary. Okay, thank you.
okay. So John, at the last meeting, we agreed that Sarah and those who haven't seen the property would go out, check it out against the application. And so unless you want to make a particular comment, John, then I would be inclined to turn it over to Sarah.
I agree.
Okay. Sarah, the floor is yours. In terms of your thoughts, comments, have you had a chance to go out and look at the property? And oh, you're muted. There you go.
I just unmuted myself. Yes, Peter and I went to look, and we still have some questions, but I think we both were quite amazed by the degree of integrity and also the excellence in, above all, carpentry exhibited in this particular landmark. And it was among one of the first, that was the first grouping that was added to the National Register between 1977 and 1979, and it remains intact. And a rare example of an intact shop front, and all of the terrific carpentry that was added to it is very worthy of being preserved. We had questions. There were several of us. I think all of us have either trespassed or gone with permission to look at the property over the years. And I think that one thing that struck a number of us was its relationship as a piece of roadside architecture, and the way the property faces, borders what is in essence the hedge line as well as the road. I understand that we are somewhat, in fact, we were more than somewhat hemmed in by the previous board's recommendations. And so I think moving forward, all of us would probably like to see much more of the site plans. And for my purposes, all of the necessary thou shall preserve required in handling such a rare example of roadside architecture. And looking at the plan, the only drawing that exists within the file, several of us have noted the absence of carpentry elements on the porch, and perhaps this was just an initial scheme.
Just moving it back.
That's it, unless anybody else wants to chime in.
No, I can chime in.
We're moving all we're doing is moving the building back. There's no, and taking off that unremarkable rear section. So what you see is what you get there. We're not.
So let's do this, John. Let's have Peter and the other board members comment, and then we surely welcome
I thought,
your
Jeff,
comments.
I thought it was appropriate to interject there because there's no need to provide any further detail. It is what it is. We're not suggesting any change to any of the elevations, other than to remove that.
Okay, you know, it's just that, John, some of the elevations didn't show those things. You know, there's a wavy, beam rafter that faces front, and the drawings don't show it, so that alarms us.
Well, we'll take photographic evidence of it.
That'd be great. Then just document, please, what's there.
That's fine.
And even such details as the window muttons, the reeded window muttons. You know, there's a lot of, all I gotta say is to remain, describe it somewhat. Sure. And to remain. And also, you really should, what you show, I understand you're not gonna show the reeded window mutton, but when you do show a rafter, you should show the actual profile, just so we don't get nervous.
Peter, I'm going to take photographic evidence of this. I'm not.
Okay.
That's the best proof of what it is and what should remain.
Thank you. We don't need to argue about this. We agree.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. Okay. Great.
Also, though, I don't understand why we're not seeing the plan for the whole site. It's like we're approving a piece, and I think that's
you did.
Dangerous for future.
Yes, you did.
Deliberations.
Right.
Yes, you did. You saw the site plan. You saw how it was being moved back to make it safe.
There's no design. There's no house. There's no.
That's because we're not before you for that house, Peter.
Right. Yeah. It's the it's similar to a demolition. As much as we oftentimes would like to see what would be the replacement, that's not. We can't do that until it's presented. So in this case, there's what's before us is before us. I think an aspect of that is the rear portion. So John, unless there are further comments from the board, I would turn it back to John to address that, because I don't know, Sarah, in your comments, and Peter and the other folks, if you looked at the house in that context.
Well, as I stated from the get-go, the idea is to preserve the two-story portion of it. Throughout the whole presentation over the last 6 or 7 years, trying to work out this property, 6 or 7 years, maybe even more. Zach Studenroth, our own people, Steve Bedford, no one's ever said that one-story portion is worthy of saving. As a matter of fact, that's been part and parcel of the attempt to settle this and settle the litigation and everything. So the idea is to take the extant two-story portion of the building, move it back 10 feet, and prohibit, based upon whatever conditions you want, no plantings higher than 3 feet planted south of the middle of the building, not to plant shrubbery or other plantings south of the walled portion of the building across the entire width of the property. The whole idea is to make it so that it can't be screened off from public view to preserve that sense of place. And Peter, in terms of, there's no design for the existing house, you'll have but that doesn't, you'll continue to have jurisdiction over any house that's going to go there. This is essentially trying to take this, the Zoning Board of Appeals has allowed us to do something which they can do in terms of preserving a contributing structure and allow the use to be changed.
Yes.
Right.
It'd be great if this could stay as some sort of, country store or something, but that ain't going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
It's not economically feasible.
Yeah, I do, about the rear addition, but other people can, I don't, it has great hardware, but no, I don't think it's essential. I don't need to see that preserved.
Okay.
Thank you, Peter. That's been the
Do the other board members who've viewed the property feel the same way about the rear piece?
I agree.
Okay. I wish they would preserve the hardware, though, the barn door hardware and some things that are on that rear section.
Is there actual, when you say the hardware, the hinges and things like that?
Yeah, it's a sliding door hardware.
Oh, well, we could take that. I guess we could take that off and.
Yeah, there's actually some beautiful, the building itself may be unremarkable, but there's actually some beautiful features to that building. I'd hate to see it
Well, if you want to condition upon that they be removed intact to the greatest extent
would be wonderful.
possible, that's fine.
That would be
You
wonderful.
know,
Yeah,
I mean, I can't say that they'll be preserved there because they may not have any function, but
it's probably the original delivery door, but the hardware is quite wonderful, actually.
okay.
I see Alice's hand up.
What would you do with it?
I don't know, Alice. I'm just
I'm
trying
just
to be
imagining
accommodative.
drafting it.
I'm just trying to be accommodative. That's
Well,
all.
it conceivably, I don't know.
We can
It
give
could
it to
be
the
used on the
historical
structure somewhere, or perhaps it's donated to the Historical Society.
You know, you could do shutters in the back. Whatever you do in the back, you could do shutters. You could do sliding shutters.
Why don't we just give it to the Southampton Historical Society? You think they'd like it?
What, I think that's a great suggestion. At least have them give them the opportunity to take a look and see if there's anything worth, saving or reusing for other properties. I think that's a great suggestion.
Sarah, what do you think about that?
Well, I'd like to just go back. In general, you know me, I'll lie down before a bulldozer. I was definitely struck.
Sure, John would love to see that.
Yeah.
No.
The break off. Yeah.
No. Thanks, John.
The analysis done by Joel Snodgrass was very good in explaining that although it was part of the probably delivery, it was in the addition was in very bad shape, and it would be very costly in order to rehabilitate it. So I hooked onto that as reason to say, okay. I was hoping to use it as a bargaining chip for something else.
Believe me,
Sarah,
John is bargaining plenty on this property.
Sarah, do you or anybody else want to go and actually tag the stuff that you think is worthy of saving?
Sure.
If that's okay with you. I just want to make
no, that's great. That's great. And I mean, actually, if I were the king of the forest and the owner of the property, I mean, it would be a great mechanism for a garage or some other thing on the site. But yeah,
well, let me make sure they don't want it. I might have spoken too quickly, but if not, we could certainly donate it as per your suggestion, of an entity for your suggestion.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
John, I could say in a determination that you would make efforts to preserve and either reuse or donate if possible.
Fine. Yeah, I realized I might have spoken too soon. There may be some of the stuff that
Right.
the owner wants. So
Right.
I think we can keep it flexible. I think it
Okay.
needs to be flexible.
thank you. Thank you.
So just to sum it up, I hear the board saying that the partial demolition, and specifically that of that rear portion that was defined in the application is generally okay. Is that
Correct.
Yes.
right? Okay.
And then remember, we're moving it back 20 feet because it's right at the property line, and a car
Right.
drove into the house once. I mean,
But wasn't that previously approved?
well, the Zoning Board of Appeals approved it as part of their ZBA approval. This board the predecessor recommended it, but it would have to be part of your decision.
Okay, so I think from a practical standpoint, we're okay with that as well.
Not really, but we're hemmed
no.
in. So
I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think it's one of those rare circumstances where actual moving it is really not going to change the sense of place. And it's from a safety point of view, it only makes the most sense. So,
Okay. All right. If those are all the comments, then I'm going to move that we submit this to written decision. So I move that we submit for written decision the application of Thomas and Meredith Choice at 765 Hill Street. Do I have a second? Yes,
question.
Alice?
So we're conditioning it on best efforts of either preserving and reusing or donating the hardware.
on
the rear, Alice, I think if I may, on the rear one-story portion.
On the rear one-story portion. And then it's also going to be conditioned upon the submission of photographic evidence of what's existing.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Of course.
basically contract
Agreed.
documents, photographic contract documents. Yeah.
Right. You know what? We should when you make the move, we should probably have either somebody from the board or an historic consultant, if we have one at that point, oversee and spot check. John, this is something that's become problematic of late.
Yeah, no, I know. I know that. I know on Hill Street.
Yeah. Well, no, on Hampton Road.
Hampton Road.
Hampton Road.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Something happened on Hill Street. If I
So,
remember.
and we've done it in the past when Zach has occasionally checked on when some property was either lifted or stripped down, that the elements are preserved. So we'll include that in the written decision as well. Okay.
Yeah, you just want to highlight that for the building department, though.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
you know.
Thanks. Okay, Alice, you have all that you need?
I think so.
Okay. If not, you know John's number. No, I mean, we can.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So, so we were in the process of moving this to written decision. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. So, okay.
Thank you.
That goes on to written
Thank you.
decision. Thank you all, and thank you, John. Okay. The next application is that of Woldon Manor at 16 Gin Lane for window replacements.
Yeah, it's John Bennett. I've been working on this with John Rose. I've been trying to get in touch with him. I know it probably is he there?
He was it. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
He's here.
Okay.
Okay, so gentlemen, just identify yourselves, and then I just want to make one small statement before we begin. Yeah, look at that. All right. John and John Rose.
Yeah, Michael. Good afternoon.
Aye.
Okay, just identify yourselves, folks, for the benefit of our recording secretary.
Located 596 Hampton Road.
John Bennett Reed, 212 Windmill Lane, Southampton, New York.
Okay, anybody else that will be speaking? Or when you do, just, you may as well do it now.
Yeah, if I could just let you know, Tom Edmonds will be joining us and Debbie August.
He is right.
Tom Edmonds is part of the public. That'll come afterwards. Unless he's representing the applicant. And I don't think he is.
Tom Edmonds wanted to speak. There he is there.
Right, but is Tom speaking on behalf of the applicant or on behalf of the public?
Tom?
Is he representing the applicant?
Sir, I just want to make a comment, that's all.
Okay,
I'm not part of the presentation.
Then you're part of the public. Okay, great. John, Tom, when it comes to your turn, we're happy to hear you. Anybody else?
Yeah, okay.
Gary Lawrence.
Okay. And he's representing the applicant as well?
He is.
Okay, great.
Gary has to unmute himself.
I sent him the request to unmute.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. So when this, for the benefit of those who are representing the applicant, when this came before us previously, the issue was about windows, and the thinking of the board at that time was to maintain the Tudor style of the house as well, and essentially to keep all the windows as is. So I'm assuming John Rose, John David, that you're presenting on the windows. What I'd like to avoid, since we have a very long agenda and a lot of participants, is that we focus on that aspect of it. You've supplied the board with a lot of pictures, and so I don't want to relive the entire history of the property. I would just like to focus as much as we can without denying you the right to present your case, but to focus primarily on the issue at hand, which is the windows.
Yeah, I just want to say something from a prefatory point of view.
Yeah.
This is not Woldon Manor. This is not the original, as everybody knows, this is not the original house. This is piece together portion
Right.
of some of an accessory structures.
Right.
Number one, but number two, also what you are going to see is there have been fenestration changes,
Mhm.
and John's going to bring the already. So when you say preserving the original,
I understand.
that's already that ship has sailed to a certain degree. But that's I just want
To a certain
keep that in mind.
degree. Okay, let's go ahead.
So if I could, I'll be as brief as I can. I understand you do have a long meeting tonight. So it was back in July 27th that we presented. And at that time, you may recall the structural inventory form in Southampton Village had it listed at 339 South Main Street. And in fact, your information said that 16 Gin Lane was a non-contributing building. So that previous application in July was based on that. Tonight's application is a little bit different than that. What I'd like to do is, and I'm not going to go through all the photographs in the package because I realize time is of the essence, but we'd like to take over the screen if we could and go through a few of the images. Is that okay with you?
Yeah.
Yes, by all means.
Okay, so I'm going to blast through this stuff. So the first thing I wanted to do is just show you why we're here, because that hasn't changed. What we're proposing has, but the need to replace the windows. Here's one interior shot. Here's the next. And what's really important is when you look close at the piece of glass, you'll see that these are insulated windows. Right where my hand is, you see that line? This is an insulated piece of glass. Every window and door in this home is an insulated piece of glass. And as we know, the middle section of this building was built in 1929. They didn't have insulated glass available at the time. Here's another image. Once again, you can see the insulated glass and you can see the failure of the water coming in the building. Here's one of the doors. Once again, even the doors, the hardware is beautiful, by the way. We'll reuse it if we can. Insulated glass. And you can see that the the pieces of glass are failing. They're fogging up. It's not that the windows weren't clean. The house is always clean, but that's the window surface in between the glass and the failure. And then finally from the outside, and although this house is painted on a yearly basis because it's right on the ocean, that's a corner detail. So the next page, this is an important one. Whoop, this is an important one. The red is the original building built in 1929. The wing to the left is built in 1994, highlighted in blue. And to the right is a wing that was added in 1960. You go to the second floor, highlighted in blue, is the second floor above, built in 1994. And to the right of the page, to the west is a second floor that was always there because it was part of the 1929 edition and part of the 1960 edition, but this was the attic. So in 1994, they finished the attic space above part of the original 29 building and above the 1960. But more important than this is if you go back to this page here, you'll see that every window and door has a symbol on it. It has a number. It's hard to read, but you'll see all these doors, all these windows have symbols. And by the way, this drawing, this one here was done by James Thomas. This drawing is from 1994. And that's important because I've pointed out that not only was the entire wing in blue added in 94, but all the windows were replaced in 94. And more importantly, and now we're to the north of the building, and this is the 1929 building. You'll see that the second floor had no windows. Right here in these gables, there are now windows. There are now windows up here. And if you go around the house, this is obviously around 1938 when the hurricane hit, but you'll see on the west elevation, there are no second floor windows. Continue around the building. I suspect this was right before the hit of Hurricane 38. because the windows are boarded up, but you can still see that there's no second floor windows in the 29 building. The second floor windows were added in 1994 or about. So now we have a series of photographs of the building as seen from the public right-of-way. You're all familiar with these pictures. These are all recent pictures. And you'll see here the West Wing. Remember, the West Wing was added in 1960. The windows to this second floor were added in 1994. Here's another angle. It's quite beautiful, but you'll see the second floor windows. The entire property is hedged, or on the ocean side is dune. All the windows you see there were added in 94, and this entire wing were added in 1994. There's another picture we're all kind of familiar with, same side. Here's the ocean side. And once again, you can see, especially to the left right here where my hand is on the picture, that wing was added, as were this window. These were originally vents, and now they're windows. This window's been added. So now we go to the drawings presented by our office. And you're going to see, starting with A2, which is this page here, we've put numbers on each grouping of windows. So it's easy to have this discussion and walk around the house and make it very clear which windows we're proposing to change. Now, all windows are being replaced. Once again, they're all from 1994. They're all failing. And the new windows will be hurricane rated and divided as per these drawings. So this group here, group 1, in the previous application, we had changed the configuration, we had changed the sizes, but once again, it was a non-contributing building, at least as per the records. But now we recognize that it's not. So we are saving the exact same number of units that currently exist on this elevation. Grouping 1 currently has 5 transoms up above, and they're 9 light. What we're proposing is to take the transoms, the muttons, out of where you see the hand, the 5 lower sashes. Remember, you can't see those sashes from the road, from the public right-of-way or the beach. This next one, number 4, that window exists currently just in that configuration. That window and this grouping of windows currently have the upper transoms divided with 9 lights, and the lower sashes have 1 light, which is why we've picked up on that style, repeated it here. In the previous application, we had changed the door style. We're now matching the existing style and the muttons. By the way, these are leaded glass muttons in these doors right here. This unit here, once again, we're taking off the bottom. I'm sorry, this unit here exists as it is. I misspoke, I apologize. And then this one here, we're proposing to keep the same number of units, but the lower sash has no muttons. All the units that can be seen from the upper floor will remain the same, as will 11 and 12. Turning the corner, this stays the same, this stays the same, these all stay the same. This unit here, can everyone see my hand on the picture?
Yep. This
unit here and that unit there will be back in the other style. So the lower sash will have no muttons and the upper sash or transom will have muttons. Next one here, nothing changes this elevation. This is east. This change here, the south elevation. All the upper windows all stay the same. This window here stays the same. The door stays the same. This stays the same. And this stays the same. We're proposing to, once again, upper transom with a 9 light and the lower as a single sash. Same here and here. But remember, this one and that one currently exist in that configuration. We're not changing it. This elevation here, which is a continuation of the south elevation, ocean side. Here we're considering the same thing. It's a series of transom doors with a series of doors. The two center doors operate, and then we'll have 4 transoms up above. It's the same width and size opening. Here is kitchen, where we're showing 5 windows with 5 transoms above. The rest of these will remain the same as it is, as will all these upper triangles. This elevation here, west, and you remember from some of the images, this is the side you could see from the other side of the wall. This unit, the unit in the middle, and that unit there, even though they were put on in 1994, as was that portion of the upper wing was made into habitable space, we're going to leave them as it is. We're going to leave the door as it is. We just want to take this grouping of windows here and this grouping of 4 windows here. Once again, consistently, the upper transom is divided and the lower sash is a 1 light. This elevation here, north, nothing changes other than we change all the windows to match the mounting configuration. The same with this one here. And the same here as you head and look down east. This all stays the same as it is, as do all of these. We dropped off a window sash at the building department. The village hall closed because of the snowstorm. So it got to your department a little late. Hopefully you've had a chance to see it. It'll be there as long as you like. It's very heavy. It weighs about 100 pounds because it's made out of mahogany, which is some of the questions that I hope you would ask. It's all mahogany. This is the inside, but on the exterior, it would be the same color, which is the black color. It'll match that on the outside. This is hurricane rated leaded glass. You'll notice we have blow up. They really went out of their way to make it like they used to. And then here's a picture of Walden Manor. And why this is important is that, as you know, this pool house was part of that overall properties. And if you look at those windows, they're leaded. Here's a zoom out of that same area. So what I'd like to do at this time is ask Tom Edmonds to jump in, and then Gary Lawrence, and then Debbie August, if we could briefly.
Okay, just hold off one second. Just for clarification, when you were saying the windows are the same, you were talking that they are the same, and you were talking about configuration. Just for clarity, all the windows will be with the LED buttons as you just described and showed, correct? And dropped off to the village.
Correct.
Good, good. And I did get a chance to see them, John. I don't know if the other folks did, but they are as solid and as heavy as you said.
They are. We'll come and get it. I have to have my son pick it up.
I was thinking of using it as a cocktail table. So, no, okay. Anyway, let's, now again, just for clarity, is Tom a representative of the applicant, or he's speaking on behalf in favor of representing the public? Because if it's the latter, then I want the board to have their opportunity to speak up.
As Tom had said, and I certainly don't want to put words in his mouth, I think he wanted to just comment on the application, but Gary Lawrence is part of the team, also an architect.
Okay.
Maybe Gary could come in and Tom could chat at the end if that's okay with you.
Yeah, so the way we'll do it is Gary, then let's give it back to the board, and then Tom, we surely do want to hear from you.
Thank you.
I'm here. Okay, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm Gary Lawrence. I'm an architect from Stony Brook, author and historian. I am the co-author of a book you may be familiar with, Houses of the Hamptons, 1880 to 1930. Excuse me. I did an extensive amount of research on many of the historic houses in the Hamptons while working on the book. Walden Manor happened to be a house I was always fascinated with because, as we all know, the main mansion was demolished in the 1940s. And so I did extensive research to find out as much as I could about that. As we know, the pool house does still exist. I'm sure most people in Southampton driving by believe that is was the original Walden Manor mansion, but it was the pool house. It did replace an earlier house, which was demolished by the Donahues in 1929 when they bought the property. They commissioned a very famous architect from Palm Beach, Maurice Fazio, to design the pool house. And it stated in the records that he designed it very much to appear as if it was constructed at the same time when the Walden Manor mansion was. So, and the Donahues were very wealthy and they wanted nothing but the best. And so the pool house was meant to be seamless. And as we know today, wings have been added onto, but it's still very much, in keeping with the design of the pool house and in keeping with the design of the original mansions, which, I have extensive photos on. So really, I think it's, the pool house is a wonderful building. I'm so glad it still exists. I think the additions over time have been sensitive to it. I think the windows are perfectly appropriate for this. The windows, should want to match the original windows in the Walden Manor mansion. And the feeling is there. And I think it's going to be an excellent job. And I think looking at those drawings, there's very little that I think anybody passing by would say that anything's really changed.
Okay, great. Thank you, Gary. As a matter of fact, I was referencing your book just this afternoon, and we'll be sharing portions of that with the trustees tomorrow evening. So thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, unless there's anybody else from the applicant team, then I'm going to ask the board for comments. I'm sorry. And could you identify yourself and take yourself off of mute?
Yes, thank you. So my name is Debbie August, and I have the honor of actually living in Walden Manor's pool house. And I have to confess, I grew up in Southampton. My parents still live on South Main Street. And I used to walk down the street and peer into that gate and wonder, like, what princess lives there? And so honestly, I appreciate all of you being here tonight and listening to our plea for windows. And I just want to say that it's the biggest honor to live in this house. I still, every time I walk in, like pinch myself because I can't actually believe that that's my house. So that's all on that. But I just wanted to say that as a family, we're just trying to do right by the town and by the architectural integrity of this building, because we absolutely adore every inch of it. And so it's obviously been owned by so many people who came before me, but what we're trying to do here with your blessing is just really bring it back to what it once was. And so all the windows are cockamamie and have different shapes, and triangle windows, and we're just trying to make it more work together. And so we chose a window that we thought was typical of the time, which actually is the only existing window in the living room. And we chose that because we thought it felt like, when we went back to Gary's book, it felt like that was what would have been done by the original owner. And so with the muttons on the top, and then we have the beautiful bay windows on the bottom, it seemed like the spirit of it really fit the building beautifully. And so we were trying not to ask for too much. And we left all the windows that are visible from the street the way that they are existing now. And we're only asking for the first floor, which is not visible at all to the public. So I invite you all to come and see it from where I see it, but it's really special. And I'm just grateful to be there. And I thank you for listening.
Okay, great. Thank you, Debbie. Board members, any comments? No? So,
okay, yeah, I'll comment. First of all, the window's great. It's really perfect. And I thought about the lower, you've shown me you can't see the lower sash from the street, and that was a concern of mine. You've kept all the openings. I don't know. I think it's pretty hard to object.
Okay. All right. Sarah, you seem to be moving towards the camera.
Well, I'm also pleased with what it looks like. I've seen the actual sample. I did not try to lift it, and given the narrowness of the cames, if I ruled the world, I would say, well, it's not going to really block your view, and so I would give a try for all of them to be that way. But I do think that since you pointed out that it's not visible from the street, I always think that, one day there'll be a ficus blight or not ficus, but a privet blight, and we'll all be able to see everything from the street. But I think that they're probably appropriate. They're certainly high quality, and it's clear that they need to be replaced. Okay.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Any public, unless any of the team want to respond, which I don't see any reason why you would, but otherwise I'll just turn it over to the public for public comment. And Tom Edmonds, you seem to be the public.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, just say who you are and your address so Jackie can record it.
I'm Tom Edmonds. I'm the director of the Southampton History Museum. Thanks for giving me a couple minutes. Can we talk about hardware? John Bennett brought up the fact that there may be some hardware coming to the Southampton History Museum. I was listening in on the first item on the agenda.
Yeah. Give him a call.
Give you a call. So I just want to remind everybody, we manage 15 historic buildings, and that probably includes 2 tons of rusty hardware. But it's my job to repurpose that or find somebody who could use it in an appropriate way. So yes, I'll take the hardware. Baldoon Manor, when I came here 15 years ago, was one of those places on my personal tour that I like to go by and get the spirit of Southampton. I was shocked by Gary Lawrence's deep research, actually, to find that it's not Baldoon Manor, it's a pool house. And in a way, it makes the story more interesting. But I think the best part of this story is Debbie August and her family, because they care so much about history. They care about keeping up this really large scrapbook of different buildings. And I should remind you, the Rogers Mansion that most of you know is on Meeting House Lane. It is an assemblage of different buildings from different eras, starting in 1650 to 1930. It looks like a whaling's captain's house from the mid 19th century, but it's many, many houses, and they're so hard to manage. Each addition has cracks, gets rusty. Debbie August is doing extraordinary work preserving the spirit of Walden Manor, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Can we bring this to a vote and move on?
Written decision?
Jeff, you have to unmute.
Jeffrey, you're muted.
I believe he's frozen.
Oh, shoot.
Moving.
Okay, yeah, how about now?
Yeah, we got
Okay, so without any further public comment, unless anybody raises their hand, and unless the team wants to make any additional comments, then I would suggest we move to close it for written decision. Okay.
I second.
So, all right, well, okay. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Testimony.
Okay, so then it's closed for written decision, Walden Manor LLC, 16 Gin Lane for window replacements. Alice, you got everything you need?
Yeah, I think I'm good.
Okay. All right. Thank you, team members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Public. Okay. Okay. The third application under historic public hearings is that of outdoor kitchen design, 27 West Main Street for a pergola. this is a new application. Do we have affidavits of mailing and posting?
Yes, they're sufficient.
Okay, great, thank you. And do we have someone speaking on behalf of the applicant? I know, Michael, you were
coming in.
Okay.
Here he comes. All right, Michael, I'm going to ask you to unmute and start your camera. Oh, start video. There. You in, Michael? Okay.
I believe so.
You're
yes.
unmuted.
How are you, everybody? My
There
name is
you
Michael
are.
Gadawala. I am the founder and design builder of Outdoor Kitchens. The Outdoor Kitchen Design Store is located at 27 West Main Street in Southampton Village. Very honored to kind of have a position within the village. And really with this time of COVID, we have the ability to inspire people to live an elevated lifestyle outdoors with some design build outdoor kitchen ideas. So we're in front of you today to put a display, which is an open air pergola. It is to the right of the entry. It does not cover the door. It is 10 foot by 14 feet, and it's for a display only. And if anyone is familiar with leafing through the packet that we provided, it's a Belgium product, and it's actually an open air automated louver system. So you can hit a toggle switch and close the louvers completely watertight, or you can feather the toggle switch down to open up as much sunlight as tilting the louvers. And in today's economic area of hiding away as we all get older away from the sun, these units are really nice, but they're most beneficial to solve the problems and as the homeowner can actually see them. So I stand in front of you today, very honored. We worked with Hampton Sign and we got a nice whitewash on our sign. Hope you guys come in to visit, and I look for some favorable results and here to learn from you as well.
Thank you, Michael. Board members, have you had a chance to look at the file and you've heard Michael's comments? Any comments from the board? Nope. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Is the architect going to show? Is Sammy going to show what it looks like again, or we just refer to our packets?
Michael, I think that was a question for you.
Yep.
Looks like he's, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
I provided in the packets two pages. One is a 3D design of the actual, you guys are familiar with the building.
Yes.
That's the chalet at 27 West Main.
Yeah.
And then I did a 3D version of what the unit would look like.
Yes.
And then from the street is the parking lot side. So it's the back side of West Main.
Okay.
And what I included was the UL listing. It actually coincides and it's approved for Miami hurricane winds up to 200 miles an hour and any seismic moves and motivations. It can actually be, even it is a display. It will not be touching or impeding upon the building whatsoever. It's going to be a few inches away from the building on the building facade side. But we're still going to go through because it is going to be interfaced and visited by the public that we're going to put in sizable footings for each of the 4 pergolas to make sure it's very sound.
How close is this is actually to the pavement, the street?
10 feet setbacks on both the sidewalk driveway, which is a private drive going in to the back of 27, and 10 feet from the road. So it's snug up against the building. It's 10 by 14. We could make it a little smaller if you wanted to do 10 by 12 or what have you, but we thought it fit appropriately. And we're actually going to special order the columns to be a light gray to kind of stay within the realm of the blessing of the building. I don't want it to stick out too much.
Right. Well, and that was my only concern, that it is so close to the street that it kind of looks like a tumor, you know, exposed to the pavement. So
what we were going to do
be gray makes it a little easier to.
Yeah, and we're going to flip flop and propose that the landscape bed, which is about 6.5 feet wide now, just get flipped in front of it. So we have a nice little area.
And can you give an approximation of the tubular? Is it that the diameter of the support?
Yeah, good question. 6x6 powder coated channel aluminum.
It's truly it's a sample, right?
Yeah, total display.
Yeah, why don't we make it smaller? I think smaller would be better.
I do 10 by 10.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's actually
that's what I think.
If this is a display, is it guided by the same rules as a actual building addition? Or I don't understand.
It's anchored, yes.
So it's considered a building then, or
an accessory building, I suspect.
Well, at 10 by 10, we probably don't even have to anchor it into the ground. 10 by 10, it is self-sustainable to stand by itself on a patio.
So then so it's a display then, it's not an actual building, which is more of a concern from my perspective.
Well, I think Michael is proceeding in good faith, coming before the village.
Yes.
I dare say there might be others who would say it's a temporary display and just plop it in one day. So I think I respect that. And I think the board is appreciative of it. I do sense it is a display and that is a building that's in very close proximity to the street, West Main Street. It's a parking lot, but it's West Main Street, so it is a street. So I would be with Peter in saying, given its functionality as a display, then smaller is better than bigger. And 10 by 10 is
better than
that's 100 square feet versus 140 square feet. So it's a significant reduction, even though it's all open, I understand. So
I'm thrilled with that. And 10 by 10, we could make it work and kind of just tuck it right back into the architecture.
Okay, great. Any further comments from the board?
No, I like it with these changes.
Okay, all right. So that being said, then I will move to close this for written decision, the application of Outdoor Kitchen Design, 27 West Main Street for a pergola display, and we will specify that it be 10 by 10 as the applicant provided. Okay, and with the materials that are listed, and those are in the file. So it's dark gray with white louvers, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, Alice,
thank you.
Do you have
nice
everything?
Meeting everybody.
Yeah, I'm good.
We're good. All right, all those in favor, I'm sorry, do I have a second on that? Yes, thank you, Peter. Okay, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Anybody object? No,
Aye.
so,
No,
okay.
nay.
I do.
What's that?
I do, but that's all right.
Oh, we have, so do I, so we have.
Okay.
Carries.
Well, is it, okay, so we have 3 that carry it. Okay, let's move on then. Okay, so Jackie, you have that?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. Let's move on. Then the 4th application is that of Capcore Inc. at 69 Jobs Lane for exterior alterations to a storefront. So whomever is representing the applicant, please step forward virtually. And Alice, do we have affidavits of posting and mailing on this?
Correct, they are in order.
Thank you.
Roy Stephen and Sean Leonard. Stevenson and Sean Leonard coming in. Hi, Roy.
Hi.
Good to see you again.
It's all over again, isn't it?
Well, I
a video on.
And Sean. Oh, there it is. Okay, gentlemen, you know the drill. Please identify yourselves with your name and address, and so Jackie can have that, and then the floor is yours.
I'm Roy Stevenson. I represent the applicant, Capcore Incorporated, Post Office Box 1390, Southampton, New York.
Sean Leonard, the architect, 320 Hampton Road, Southampton.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, it's yours.
Sean, you want to go? You want me to generally describe what we're doing here?
Sure. So what we're looking to do is, for starters, the entrance to that building doesn't meet the current standards for accessibility. So what we're looking to do is to make the store be accessible. Currently, there's a step that you have up onto a small deck, well, porch area, and then you walk into the store. We're looking to remove that. We will ramp up to the door. We want to replace the doors because those are small double doors, and we'll go to a single 42-inch wide door it's currently 48 inches, but we would go to a single door. This way we'd have accessibility. People with strollers, as well as anyone else who needs to be able to get in, can get into the store by way of accessibility. And then in doing so, we're looking to replace the glass on the storefront and raise up the sill so that it would be 2 feet above the sidewalk level. The bottom part of that would be panelized to kind of match with the door. So all you would have panels down below. The transoms above, we would mimic what is still going on there currently. The glass itself would remain as a single pane, glass the way it currently is. And the front of the building, the color will remain the color. So we're not looking to start painting it white or anything like that. So the blue color that you see now would be the blue color that'll be when we're done.
Yep.
Okay. I'd just like to add that the current way the door opens, which is into the store, is in violation of fire code. And we'd like to have it open out so that it meets safety requirements and meets the fire code.
Yep. Okay, good. Board members, any comments?
Looks good to me.
Good to me.
Okay. Yep. Same here. I think it's all great. I think actually the panels at the street level will actually add to the window. So I think it's going to be very nice all around. So great. So unless there are comments from the public, Kat, anybody raise their hands? Then
no comments at this point.
Okay, great. So gentlemen, I move that we close this for written decision. Do I have a second from the board?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, aye. So we got lots of seconds and lots of ayes, so great. Okay, so for close to written decision, Capcore Inc., 69 Jobs Lane, exterior alterations to storefront as submitted. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Bye-bye. Back to the guy with the rusty hardware.
Okay. And finally, number 5 on historic public meetings or hearings, the Village of Southampton, 17 Meeting House Lane, landscaping and site alterations. And Alice, we're good on affidavits on that?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Okay, and who is representing the village?
Sean Leonard and Sean Denny had their hands up, I guess. And Tom Edmonds is back. Hi, Tom.
I thought he would be.
Can we just call him Mr. Rusty Hardware? I heard that. Thank you very much. I think Sean Denny is going to do some opening statements here first.
Yes, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. My name is Sean Denny. I'm a trustee. I'm also the chair of the Rogers Mansion Site Planning Committee. If any of you have visited or walked by the museum in the past year or so, you'll notice that we were in desperate need of revitalization. So our plans really are not for construction of or reconstruction of the mansion or repairs. It's strictly a landscaping project. If you look at the site plans we submitted, all we're really doing is repairing, actually putting in new walkways on the left-hand, on the west side of the property and circling around the property itself and moving two small structures, one of which is a corn crib, which will go to the east side of the property, southeast. It's about 120 square feet, it's tiny. It fits in the setbacks of the existing Sayre barn. And the other one would be the Griffin Paint Shop, which will be now adjacent to the carriage house. Beyond that, it's really just more shrubbery, increasing the value of the curbside appeal. Tom will attest to this. Most of our attendees that come to the museum are from outside the community. It brings in a great deal of traffic. We are a village-owned property, and this is fully funded by private monies. None of it will be coming from the village itself. We have an opportunity to receive a grant up to $150,000, which we will match, and we'll be getting that from the private foundation called the Gardner Foundation. And the other monies will come either from ourselves or the community itself. So we'd appreciate your support in terms of maintaining our historic landmark. And as I said before, it's strictly a landscape endeavor. There's no construction involved in this.
What's the pergola made out of?
The pergola is probably going to be made out of AZAC because it, from what I've been told.
I should mention right now, the pergola is made mostly out of wood putty. It is rotten. And
oh, you're talking about, I'm sorry.
The new one.
Yeah. Right.
Well, the old one needs to be restored as well. So we're talking about, yes, two different pergolas.
All right. Well,
existing and a new one.
Plastic pergola in this history museum and AZAC fence in a history museum doesn't strike me as right at all.
I have to agree 100%. I think it's a bit ironic that the Historic Society is asking the Architectural Review Board to approve something that's plastic. I don't think that's appropriate for the site. And that's the only objection I have is that the material should be appropriate to the site, and the lighting on the signage I would also omit. I know it's stated as optional, but I just don't think that makes sense.
Yeah, I also think that in addition to the pergola, you call out AZAC on the quote traditional picket fence. And to me, that's anathema also to an historic site. I mean, there's a heinous plastic fence that's down on Little Plains that surrounds the old burying ground. And I think that we're falling into the, oh, well, you won't know it's plastic, but I think we will know it's plastic. And I would think that anybody donating would also donating money would probably like to have a traditional building material rather than AZAC. I'm Ms. I hate AZAC, and because for various reasons, it's going to outlast us in landfills, and I think it's probably something we probably don't want to have. And we can do away with plastic bags, but then we're introducing AZAC, which makes no sense at all.
So what you're suggesting is we should have.
Sean, let me say something, Sean, if I might just add to that, so that it's more than a concern about the environment, which it surely is, but we've spent, and I hope your Monday evening entertainment isn't necessarily listening to our meetings, but if you have over the last few months, you will have several times we've taken issue with AZAC use as a material. And not only, again, for the impact it might have on the environment, but just for the feel, the touch, the look, the softness of wood versus AZAC. And I know you can tell me it looks almost as good, but I can also tell you that it doesn't. Wood has a softer look. I know it's a pain in the neck to maintain, but especially as an historical society on the historic street, Meeting House Lane. Gentlemen, I think that's something that it's something that we would ask in order to get our approval on this, and it appears it's a unanimous concern. So Sean, I'll turn it back to you, but basically it's wood.
We have no problem with wood. I mean, it is what. Well, you know what? We thought that would be a better way to maintain it in terms of cost structure, but you know, wood works. It always has. We have to maintain a little bit more, but you know, I don't disagree with you. We looked at that as an alternative that might make sense for us, but I see no issues there.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Any other comments from the board?
I have a comment about you've got the rendering that shows the bushes, and I once again wonder about the addition of what looked more like contemporary landscape nestling against the bottom of earlier buildings. To have a massy shrub in front of a paint store, to have a massy shrub in front of a carriage house doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me either. I mean, it may be a way of softening edges, but to me makes no sense at all from an historical standpoint.
I can I see the drawing that you're referring to? Which one is it, Sarah?
I'm not sure I can show it. Let's see, screen share. It's the one that has the American flag in the front, and it has the. Yeah,
So there's two historic areas on 1 acre. There's one, the Sam Parrish Summer House, which is a Gilded Age mansion, combined with sort of a country look, but a bunch of small stores. That's sort of a made-up historic village, which is fictional. It's fictional. Yes. Sam Parrish's house is more authentic, and we depend on weddings and rentals and parties for income. So I think the shrubbery was a way to divide the property so that there would be two areas. One the historic summer mansion of Sam Parrish, and the other one more for education reasons and just so to get two ideas into one property.
Well, if it's history and instruction, then to me that's really sending a false message.
Well, we're trying to make it easier for people to focus when they come onto the property. Not everybody is historic minded, and they wonder like what's going on. Are the trade shops outbuildings for a mansion? No, but they kind of look that way. But we can relook at the shrubbery. That's no big deal.
I don't think. I mean, it's foundation planning, and you just would never have that around a barn or
exactly.
In the old days. The other thing, the wall in front of the barn, with the peak. I mean, that sliding door looks like you're going to drive into it, or a horse is going to bring a carriage into it, and that wall is the barrier. It doesn't make sense to me. You see what I mean? Do you see what I'm holding up?
Can you hold it higher? Higher.
Yeah, higher. Down. There you go. There, good, Peter.
The double door is a carriage door, and you've got a retaining wall in front of it, so you can't bring a vehicle into it.
And foundation planting.
Yeah, no.
Well, I think I'd love to give a tour to you guys.
I've been there. I love the place.
Well, the double doors, there's steps up to the double doors. There used to be a land ramp that went from the double doors down to Meeting House Lane. So that was, eliminated when the other buildings were put in. You can't have access to carriages for its current use. Currently, it's an educational facility and a thrift shop.
I see what they're saying is, and you're looking for a level area for your events and so forth. Totally get that. Is there a way to just somehow mitigate the look of that wall to give the impression that someone could, drive a horse?
Sure. Yeah. Anything's possible, but please don't forget, this is more like a Disneyland. It's not historic Southampton. Right. These are outbuildings that were cobbled together to make a pretend village.
but by raising foundation plantings, that really to me sends a very false signal, because other people will saying, well, I can do that, because after all, Southampton Historical Society.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Let's take Tom up on his invitation. I think these are good points all around. And I know there's a strong interest from Tom and his team to be historically true. At the same time, there's a level of practicality in supporting the village. So let's do that. And I'm not sure how we figure out the logistics, Tom, to make that happen. But we'll do that. We'll do that offline. Okay. Okay. So with that, is Tom asking for an adjournment, Alice, or the board is asking to adjourn for a site visit?
Either one.
Okay. Good. So what I'd like to do, the board would like to, the chair would like to move that we adjourn this for this evening and meet with the applicant on site to take a walking tour and to go through the issues raised tonight. Okay, let's do that. And Sean, thank you for your flexibility in terms of going all wood. I think that'll help the look, and it will help the village as well.
We wanted to make a reflection of the village, and also the Gardner Foundation, for the most part, wants us to set up something that would be an example that they could mimic within other hamlets. Oh, so we're trying to make it as right as possible, not only from a historic standpoint, but also as a revenue generator, as Tom said, because we're self-funded.
Right.
And being self-funded, we need to attract tourism. That's weddings, cocktail parties, whatever it might be. So we're in that balance. We're not Newport. I mean, I've been to Newport. I looked at that Mansion Row to a large degree. In fact, we were approached, Tom was approached by HBO as a possibility for one of the sites. I guess, Tom, I don't know if they've called you or you've had a dialogue, but we need to up our game. And if you can provide suggestions that could help us guide, we're all for it.
So, Tom, why don't you email me at the village? They can give you the email address. Okay. Sure. And then what we'll do is we'll coordinate with the rest of the board and anybody else from your team. Okay.
I'd love to. Thank you. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. I think, did we move to adjourn? And if not, somebody seconded, and then all those in favor say aye. Okay. Okay. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Great. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Let me just sort some paper here, folks, and then we will get on. Okay. So the next application, there's a request from the applicant, Greg and Susan Danilo, 190 Hill Street, for driveway gates to adjourn to March 22nd. I move that we accept the applicant's request for adjournment. Do I have a second on that? Good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Good. No nays. Great. Okay. Okay. The second historic driveway gate application is that of. All right. Here we go, folks. Chickamauga Pog E. All right, at 500 Captain's Neck. They requested an adjournment to March 8th. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, that is adjourned. Thank you. Okay. So now we move on to non-historic public hearings. The first one on the list is that of Woolley Street Properties LLC, 162 Woolley Street, to construct a 2-story single-family dwelling with attached garage. And who is representing the applicant?
They're coming in, Jeff.
Okay. 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 Can those who will be representing the applicant please identify yourself and give us your name and address?
Lori Fontana, McDonough and Conroy Architects, 3760 Expressway Drive South, Suite 200, Islandia.
Okay. Lori, anybody else from your team?
There should be Joe Sabara. He's the homeowner.
Okay.
I'm on, Lord.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else?
I believe that's it.
Okay. And Joe, you are the homeowner. So, so at the last meetings, there were issues related to design, materials, placement, in terms of vertical versus horizontal. There was concern about the loss of historical context and concern about disharmony with the street. So Lori, can you tell us how you address those issues?
Okay.
And we can go right to the heart of things.
So I'm gonna share my screen with your permission.
You've got my permission. Permission granted.
Okay, so let me actually, I'm gonna share the streetscape first.
Okay.
Okay, so we took into consideration the overall look on the street and realized that there was a lot of full front porches across the front. So we extended the front porch across the front to be more harmonious. We also took the garage element and moved it back 18 feet. So it's now behind the front of the house. I showed the siding more harmonious of what it would be like when it's finished. So those were the changes that we made.
Right. So just to be sure, so one of the concerns the last time was that the siding appeared white. Now it appears dark, stained. Right. So what's, no, I just want to make sure we don't get into an issue of
right. So I showed this here as it was first put up, but then it was made to believe that it was white. So I wanted you to be aware that it's natural cedar and that it will end up looking exactly like the rest of the houses on the street.
Okay, so there's natural cedar, no stain is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay.
It's red cedar or yellow cedar?
It's red cedar. Can you see the whole streetscape?
No, we
just see the house.
We just see the house.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me stop share and share again. My apologies.
Okay.
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 Can you see the streetscape?
Yep, yeah. We can. And there were also, Lori, as you're going through the materials, can you also share with us the materials used on the trim, the columns, the fascias, and so on?
So it's all painted pine. Okay. And the windows are Marvin Integrity. All the trim is painted pine, painted white. The roof is, cedar, left natural.
Okay. Anything else, Lori?
No, I mean, we addressed
Okay.
the issue of the garage being forward by pushing it back the 18 feet.
Okay, we got it. Was Joe going to speak before we turn it over to the board for the comments?
No, I have no comments. I think Lori put together basically what, in compliance with what the last meeting was.
Right. Okay, great. Board members, comments? Thank you, Joe. Board members? Okay.
I'd like to say thank you, because I think you did listen to a lot of the comments we had last time and it made up a lot of adjustments on them, which we appreciate.
Thank you, Mark.
And yeah, as I go through the list of things you ran down, Lori, I'd say the same thing. I think you've come out with a better design, at least one that's more in character with the neighborhood. And we as a board appreciate that. And I think your neighbors will as well. I don't want to speak out of turn for the other board members, but having no comments, if that's the case, I'll ask if there are any comments from the public.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I still, during the first meeting, we also talked about the fact that if you look at the rhythm of the other houses, they, for the most part, the earlier ones have an east, west or west-east orientation, whereas this is north-south. It spreads down the block rather than going back. And there was also, I believe, a couple of us wondered whether it wasn't possible, since you had two lots, to incorporate the existing building into the design.
Do you want me to wait until the end to speak or speak?
Well, if there are no other comments from the board.
I have a comment. I mean, a question. Do you have a site plan?
Yes, there's a survey. Hold on.
With the new building in it?
Yes. Can you see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
It's such a big lot. I mean, I agree the house looks a lot better, and but for its orientation, and the street it's on, which I guess is why we're here, it would be fine. But it's such a big lot. Why can't you make it more narrow and less wide? Go with the other houses nearby.
Well, unfortunately, then that would push the pool into the side yard, and that's not something that my client wants.
I mean, the traditional house, the pool is in the back of the house.
I know that, but
I have to agree with Peter and Sarah that it just, seeing that the streetscape really illustrates how out of proportion and out of character this house is with the rest of the homes on the block. And
that's not true, though.
Would you let me finish, please?
Yeah. So, yeah, Joe, what we'll do is we'll let the board speak, and then you can have your turn. Okay.
Go.
Again, I don't think the house it fits into the same character of the other homes on the street, and I think additional changes are necessary to make it blend in better than it does right now.
So the front narrower with if you did an L shape and the front were narrower, you could still have the pool in the backyard.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the garage needs to be on the side, so making it narrower is going to cut into this is the actual living space. Here's the garage. We have a home office in the back. I'm not really sure how I can take this design.
I'm sorry, but there's a lot of ways to skin this cat, okay? And we asked you to look at the orientation, do some other things. If others were inclined to accept the orientation, I think the house is fine. But I have an issue with the orientation, and so do other board members. So I believe this is a generous lot. You can definitely make it work. You just gotta come up with another design, an L-shaped design, and you gotta figure out the garage. I mean, that's the part of it. That's what we do. I'm sure there's another solution. There's 10 more solutions in this lot.
So I may lose favor with some of my board members, but I think the changes that they've made have addressed most, if not most, of our issues. And yes, the orientation is still an issue. However, it is, from a practical standpoint, a double lot, which is both a plus and a minus. I mean, it gives them more flexibility. On the other hand, the house is in proportion to the lot. And the house across, there are some houses across the street. In fact, one I think almost diagonally across the street that is, it's not 2 lots worth, but I think it's wider than most of the other lots. And there's a house there that runs horizontally or parallel to the street. And I think there are a couple of other examples.
3 other examples on the street.
Yeah. So, in my view, I think the house works on their property. Could they perhaps do something that was more fitting to the other houses and the orientation? Possibly. So I don't know. We may have a divided board on this. So let me turn it back to the applicant to respond.
So do you want me to respond to everything?
Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah. You've heard the board's opinion in terms of design, materials, placement.
So the original recommendation of going back to my client about keeping the existing house, I did that. That was not an option for my client. So, we did take pains in trying to make this fit into the neighborhood. I do believe it fits into the neighborhood. The house itself is well within the parameters of the lot that we've been given. It's not the only house on that street that's wider than the rest. So, we addressed issues. We addressed issues that we thought we could address. Let me get back to the street scene again. Can you see the street scene again?
No.
Okay, hold on. My apologies. Okay, so this house right here is wide. You have, you know what, Joe, why don't you comment on this?
Lori, I've been up and down that block. There are plenty of homes on that area that are very much similar to what we've laid out.
The width of this house meets the needs of my client, and
okay.
We did it's in some respects I feel like we're being told that we didn't bother to listen to anybody, but we did.
You listened. You listened. We heard you. We said that.
And I appreciate that. So I'm not really. I'm not sure what else I can do.
Maybe Mark or someone else can comment.
No, I sort of say, listen, there are 3 other houses on the street that front in this direction. The one thing where we've made great progress is the house is now more recessive than it was before.
Yes.
And I think that speaks volumes to them listening to us. Difficult when you know, there's a double lot here and they want to maximize the double lot. I get that. I guess that's how I feel about it.
So I, for one, and I'm just one vote on the board, when I look at that streetscape, it's acceptable to me, given the size of the lot, and given that there's some other houses that have that orientation. So that's my sentiment.
So let's vote.
Okay. All right. So somebody make a motion. Now recognize that, okay, let's vote. So then I move that we accept the, unless Lori, you want to adjourn. But if this is what you want to go with, then I think it's the board's obligation to let you know exactly where it stands by voting.
So just let me, give me a second to explain to my client what by voting that it means. So Joe, by voting and not adjourning, if they say no, then we need to start the process over again. Is that not correct, Jeff?
I'm going to let Alice speak, but yes, generally that would be it. And you could either come back with the same design or change it somewhat. Alice?
Yeah, so if the board votes now, then your application is at an end. Whether that results in an approval or a denial, I do not know. And if you get a denial, you are aggrieved by that denial, you can file an Article 78 proceeding in the Supreme Court in Riverhead, or you can file a new application to build a different house, but you cannot come back with the same exact house now.
But I want to make sure my client understands. So I'm not trying to be obtuse. I'm trying to make sure that he understands what we're doing. Okay, so bear with me.
Sure.
So if we come back with changes to this house, which is not this house, then that would be acceptable if the vote was no. If we refiled again.
So if you get a negative determination tonight,
yes,
you could file a new application.
Right. With changes to this.
Yeah, it couldn't be identical.
No. Okay, I get that. I want to make sure that Joe's clear in what he wants to do.
Yes, I'm clear.
So what, do you want them to vote or do you want to adjourn?
No, vote.
Okay.
Okay. So I move that we accept the application of, let me go back to my Woolly Street Properties LLC, 162 Woolly Street, to construct a 2-story single family dwelling with attached garage as submitted with the changes most recently made. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. I'm an aye. Mark's an aye. That's it. Okay. All those opposed say nay.
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 Okay. So the application is not approved. And Joe and Lori, you have the options that Alice laid out. So, and if you need any further clarification on that, you can get in touch with Alice, with me, or, I mean, Alice laid it out pretty simply, so. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much as well. Okay. Okay. The next application is that of M4950 LLC, 950 Meadow Lane. The applicant is requesting adjournment to March 8th. And I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to March 8th. A second on that.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? No, okay, so the adjournment is accepted. Alrighty. Okay, the next is that of Elisa or Eliza, I guess Elisa. Fadlon, at 60 Cameron Street for 2-story addition and alterations to existing structure.
I think Lori Fontana needs to be let back in.
Okay.
There she is.
Okay.
Thanks for raising your hand, Lori.
Lori, and is it Eliza or Elisa?
Elisa
Elisa. Do you even say it better?
It's Italian.
Okay. So can the two of you identify yourselves and provide your address as is relevant?
I'm Elisa Fadlun, and I'm the owner at 60 Cameron Street. I think Miss Tish from Garden Greening should be here, the landscaper, as the board requested last 2 weeks ago. She should be joining the Zoom.
Okay. And Lori, you just want to identify
Lori
yourself?
Montana, McDonough and Conway Architects, 3760 Expressway Drive South.
Okay, great. So the issues from the last meeting had to do with the back in terms of the windows, the balcony, light, privacy. I think there were some issues around the pool house. There was landscaping, as Elisa just said we would be addressing. There was concern about the loss of the 4-square nature of the house. And then recently, unless I missed it before, the addition of driveway frontage in front of the house. I don't know if that's new or I just missed it before.
No, that was talked about last time. The driveway was talked about last time, Jeff.
Okay. Well, let's. So that's what I have on my list from the minutes. So it's to you and Elisa.
Okay, so let me share my screen. Can you see my screen or no? You're still seeing me. Okay, hold on.
Yes.
You could?
Yeah.
Sorry. All right, let's try. Okay. So this is the site plan that was presented last time with the driveway. Elisa explained that she had gotten permission to do this through the town. So we're going to go back to the elevations, which were, so we have, after discussion at the last meeting, we've decided that we will leave all the existing windows in the front, not even replace them in kind. When we come over to the hold on. To this side, to the right side, because the comment was made about it be affecting what was there, we're recommending that we put back the dormer onto this new addition that actually was there. So you're going to still see the dormer that you used to see here, but it's just going to be on the actual new addition. So we put back the window that was in this location that was requested by Sarah. This window is existing, and this window is new due to egress. These are new window, well, they're replacement of the windows that were there, just made larger. These are new, and this is existing. So if we go around to the back side, as promised, we reduced the doors here. We are keeping whatever was existing. When we come to this side, the request was made to leave existing windows, which we did here. We did change some windows out for egress purposes. This is an existing window. This window is existing, and these are new windows, but keep just relocated, but the same size. Okay, so that's that. Lisa, is the landscape person here? Did she come on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, so let me get the landscape plan up so that you can address that.
Could I just, for the board's edification, I'm also the designer for the Southampton History Museum. And I'm sorry I couldn't get on before, but there are no bushes. I know the rendering has bushes in front of the carriage house, and there do exist ones in front of the carpenter shop, but all of those are being removed, Sarah, just so you know. There will be no bushes around any of the historic buildings.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
They're only additions to the Rogers Mansion to make it look more of a manor house for an early 19th century house.
Thank you so much.
And I'm happy to do, we were trying to do reduce maintenance on the fencing and on the new pergola, only for the fact that it was.
Okay, let's focus on this, folks, okay?
I can.
And Tish, Jackie, do you have Tish's name?
It's Tish Rehill. And my address is 205, my office address is 205 Windmill Lane, Suite 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you see the landscape plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So Tish, you want to take over?
Right. So what we did was there was a lot of fencing that was all vinyl, not even AZAC, but vinyl, which we removed all of it. And there was even a gateway coming in through the street. So we removed all that. We added new ilex, as you can see, we've along the front walkway, and a new gate will be going there. And then we removed the fencing that was across by the AC units. That's where all the vinyl fencing was. We removed that, surrounded that again with some ilex. And then the last thing we did, well, two things we did at the very back of the property, we removed 2 rows of privet that were back there. And the fence had a weird jog in it, and we didn't understand why. So we put it back to where it should be on the property line, and we added hornbeams in there to be a hedge along there that will require low maintenance, but will also grow tall enough so that it will give Elisa some privacy and also all of the neighbors in the rear yard, plus hide the utility lines at some point. And then on the east side of the house, all we did was continue privet all the way down. They had some arborvitaes towards the back, down by the garage, but we removed all them because we moved some from where the hornbeams went straight across that way. And then I just labeled everything that actually is existing. You know, the privet hedge is existing on the west side of the property line, and there is existing green emerald arborvitaes that really hide that whole side of the house and the patio from the neighbor during the winter. Obviously in the summer, she's got privet and arborvitae on both sides. And then we did add in the small ilex hedges required on the new driveway addition, which we applied for in the fall and got approval of, and we added it in.
Okay. Is there a color rendering of that? Because all I'm seeing is just a black and white.
I didn't have a color rendering. No, sorry.
Okay, so all I'm looking at on the screen here is a black and white. Okay.
A black and white, right. So
Yeah.
the hydrangeas were existing. We just moved them in front of the privet.
Mhm.
Same with the small boxwood in front. We
Right.
transplanted that. The ilex that's again transplanted in front of the porch area.
Right.
That was existing. We just moved them there. And then we resodded that area. We were just trying to give, when you were in the backyard, a longer look of the backyard rather than having part of it be in the front yard and screened off.
Right, right. Okay. Anything else from Lori, Elisa, or Tisha?
I'm gonna be super brief because I know it's so tired and it's the
That's
third
okay.
time I come to you. And I just wanted to say that I really got the message, and I arrived to this after working a lot with both Tish and the architect, and respecting things like Miss Sarah's suggestion to keep the front windows, because I did understand the meaning of doing that. And I spent time walking around and I asked myself, what will really make a difference for my kids and myself without ruining what's the look of the street? Like, I got the message, and I'm sorry it took me forever. So, you know, I hope like you can see that we got here like after a lot of work and thinking and keeping everything the most original and close to what it should be as possible.
Let's see. Okay. Can you folks hear me? Because I can't see myself on the screen. Okay, good. I'm going to turn it over to the board members, but I'm going to break with a little bit of my own rules and make a comment. And perhaps I didn't see this at the beginning, but the driveway up front, after Tish, all the beautiful work that you're doing to take away the frontage is, I think, is a loss. It's a loss to we're trying to preserve as much of the historic character of that 4-square house as we can. And yet you want to put a 2-car parking lot in the front. Excuse me, let me just finish, Tish. So that is, it's not structural. It doesn't have to be there. You've got a long driveway. You've got a garage. To me, that is it's just something I can't get over on that small street, to put a parking lot in the front of that house that we're trying to preserve the historic nature of is just antithetical. Anyway, sorry to break for protocol, folks, but I'll turn it back to the board. Comments?
I think everyone listened, obviously. I think Lori did a really good job of working with the owner to preserve what we wanted and to still give the owner what they needed. So I think from the design standpoint of the house, I'm satisfied with everything that I was concerned about. Even the light coming off the back of the house. I forgot that the pool house actually creates a buffer to the properties behind. So I think that the house itself is fine. I didn't really think about it until Jeff brought it up, but I think that is kind of an issue, that parking in front. It does interrupt the natural flow of that street, and if there is some way to work around that, that would be preferable. But the house itself, I think, it's where I think it needs to be, and the landscape plan as well.
Okay. Other board members?
Sure. I think the front and the side look great. I would ask on the west side that you take that window out. That is where the door used to be. The kind of, what was charming about it was the window above, straddling the floors. Now it's like, I don't know, it's too regular. You can take that, I'd be happy with that.
I'm not sure which window we're talking about. Are we talking about the window that Sarah wanted because it was?
Talking about the window you put where the door was on the side.
The right side?
Okay.
The right
Hold
side.
on one second.
Lloyd, cardinal, east, west, north, south.
West side. Yeah.
West side.
West side, yes. That window, which is higher than the door that was there, it just, you know, it was charming how it was all jumbled, and now it's regularized and less charming.
Okay, hold on one second. Just.
What your drawings refer to as the right side. Those right side there with the door that has been.
We're talking about this window?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, you got very low. I could hardly hear you. So this window.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see where that is.
On the stair.
Eliza, do you have an issue
Yes,
with?
I don't. It really is like that's a door to the basement, and it makes coming a lot of cold.
No, what they're asking you is not to put the door back. They're just asking you to take out your proposed window.
So to put nothing?
Yes.
Is that okay? Sure. Yes. Yes.
Is that was the comment, correct? Yes. Okay. Yes. So that's what they're talking about. Just removing this one window.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I have an issue with the door, not with not having anything.
Good.
Yes.
Good. Okay.
So we agreed to remove the window.
Okay.
That maintains sort of the funky structure of windows on that side, which is original.
Yeah, the up and down.
Yeah. Which is
I would like.
Makes sense.
I would.
Yeah.
You did. Thank you. That's one of the things we asked for last time, which you did. Thank you.
I would like to also commend the landscape architect. I think the addition of a hornbeam hedge along that back will mitigate the light pollution onto Walnut Street of the lower 4 doors that have been added. And I wonder if there's any other surface material that might be substituted for the asphalt in the front for the driveway turnaround. If something less strident than asphalt, black asphalt might be a possibility.
Okay, so the hard thing is that it's already completed. We completed that in the fall. So now you're asking her to rip out something she just did.
No, I'm just.
No, I mean, certainly ahead of time, if I knew this was that we were going to have to go before the ARB, we would have talked about it a little differently. But my other point is that you can't see the front of the house. There are 12-foot hedge and a giant linden tree in the front of the house. There is no street, front skate from the street. And that's why we did, with the turnaround, also add evergreen hedges in on the inside of the privet so that it would block cars parking. So you wouldn't necessarily see that.
Well, perhaps in the future you won't be able to, but I walk down the street on a regular basis, and you do see the asphalt.
You can, and they are going to be. The reason why I put in smaller ones is normally when you put in smaller material, it grows pretty fast, and we can allow it to grow up. So we don't want to see the cars. We don't want the streetscape there to be impinged at all. So we can let them grow up to be 5 foot at least. The linden tree and the privet, the roots are so intense there. So that's why we put smaller ones in to let them grow in.
Good. And that was just a suggestion. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you should take this to vote.
I want to bring something else up, which is not our purview, but on the west elevation, you've got a window over the tub, which is always terrible. And if you put it on the new north elevation, that extension, if you put it in the north elevation above the glass door and made it a smaller window, you would not have a leaky sill. The water won't get into your sill. And since that second floor is a closet, I think if you eliminated the window at the south corner, the southwest corner, one window in the center, it would answer some of the neighbors' complaints about light pollution. Closet, you don't need those windows. In fact, they kind of cause it worse. And I think your waterproofing would be better, and it would look better if you put a small window on the side where you extend it.
I'm not even sure where you're talking about. So are you talking about this, hold on, this side?
No, go back.
Okay.
I can't do this, right? No. But keep the center window. Remove
this one?
Yeah, keep it. The window to the left is the bathroom window. It's over your tub. It's not a good idea. Okay. If you put it around the corner on the wall on the short wall that faces north, it will be away from the water, and you can do a small window up high.
This in this spot?
Exactly. Yes. And then on the east elevation, west elevation, eliminate the window in the closet towards the south side of the house. And I think we'll have a better closet, we'll have a better bathroom, and you answer some of the neighbors' concerns about all the windows.
So we're talking about taking this window out, moving it over here.
Yeah.
And then we're talking about which is this window that's in the closet? It's hard for me to know. I don't have the floor plans.
Again, right side elevation, west side. West side.
All on the same side.
Yeah. Keep the window in the addition, keep the window in the center. Eliminate the windows. Yes, eliminate the windows on each side. One's in the bathroom and one's in the closet.
Okay. And then move one of these around to this side.
And I do a small window, just a little window. I don't think it's...
Okay, so I mean, we would have addressed that had you guys brought that up last time. I was just trying to, All right, can we agree to do that and get approved? Or do we need to come back with the pictures?
Yeah, I'm sufficiently confused as to what is being done and don't feel comfortable voting on it. So yes, Lori, if you want to request an adjournment, we would honor that.
So Peter, just so I can be 100% clear, getting rid of this one, get rid of this one, putting a small one here, taking out, taking out this window, right? Those were the window issues that we're addressing, correct? Everything else you're okay with.
Oh, I did wonder what the railing was in the back. What's it made out of? It was kind of blank.
On the rear, here we talking about. Okay. So I believe it's glass.
Oh, it's glass.
Yes, it's glass.
Okay.
Okay. And what about I'm sorry, I couldn't understand, Mr. Peter. The window that we're taking off, the one that is in the bathroom, you said to make it smaller or take it off? Because then the bathroom is very, very small already. Then he won't have...
No, I understand what he wants to do. Okay. I have it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think...
Yeah, we're going to add one, but it's going to be in a different location for the bathroom.
Okay.
Okay?
Lori, I will only add that, this is something, if you want to adjourn, that's fine. If you want to come back with changes, taking into the account the board's comments, you can. But we're not going to design your house. So, you've got to make it work for you. And let's see if we get the votes. I'm
at this point, I would request an adjournment for 2 weeks.
Okay, sounds good. So any comments from the public? If you do want to make a comment, raise your hand.
Jeff, I have a hand up. Hold on.
Yep, I thought.
Deborah Bates. She's coming in. She's coming in. All right, I'm gonna put this down so we can see her. Deborah, can you unmute, please? And start your video. Deborah, can you hear me? You have to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Okay. Yes, ma'am. And can you please start your camera?
Yes.
There you go. Very nice.
Great. Thank you. I just wanted to say regarding the parking area in the front of the house, I walk on Cameron Street frequently, and I find it really alarming, and I wonder what the small streets, Walnut Street and Cameron Street, would look like if everybody paved over the front yard and was parking in a front yard other than in a driveway. I just think it's, I don't know what you'd have to do to really screen that, and I find it very alarming, to say the least. I think, you know, in the small streets, there's a tremendous impact a change like that can have on the whole neighborhood. And I'm afraid that it sets a very bad precedent. So I would really ask that you reconsider that. And also my other concern in terms of the screening on the west side, particularly, I wonder what height the landscaping would have to be to prevent the sight line from reaching right into the immediate neighbor's yard. It seems as though you would really need to have something quite tall there to protect the privacy of the neighbor. And that's really my comments.
Okay. Okay.
If you want me to address that at all.
Sure.
Yeah. There's a very large tree that was recently taken down, a yellowwood, which was considered hazardous because I had an arborist come in on that one. Now that tree has been removed, which was right on top of the privet and the arborvitaes, it cast a lot of shade, took up a lot of root mass. Those plants are now going to get taller and bigger. So the green giant, they're not green giants, they're emerald green arborvitaes. They will go to 12 to 14 feet.
Well, it just doesn't seem adequate. I understand what you're saying, but I think that there's going to be a tremendous loss of privacy to the immediate neighbor. And again, it's a matter of precedent.
But I
just wonder if it wouldn't be possible to put something in that was taller now.
Well, the only problem, like when the tree was removed, or is that what you're having issue with, the tree that was removed?
No, I'm not having an issue with the removal. I mean, I don't think I understand the problem of that, but I just think that taller landscaping would be very helpful to maintain the privacy of the neighbors.
And then, Mrs. Bates, were you listening earlier when the two windows were removed from the second floor facing the neighbor side? Just make sure you're aware of that.
Yes, but there's the dormer windows back. So what's the height of that dormer window? It's the third floor. And you know how close the properties are to each other in that area, and it's just
that dormer is existing. The idea that I was the one suggesting to put it because it's there. It's the look. It is the original look of the house. That dormer up there.
But it was removed and then put back. It's the issue of the height and the neighbor's privacy. And again, you'll see as you live in the neighborhood, it's very tight. Everything is kind of interrelated, and it just makes it a difficult situation worse, I think. It's the same issue in a way as the parking in the front. If everybody paved over their front yard to park, parking is an issue, but it would look like Queens. No, not against Queens, but.
All right. Well, duly noted. They are coming back, and they have opportunities to change that. I think we also have to recognize that houses that are 25 feet tall on 30-acre lots will have windows that look into their neighbors because we don't have 25-foot hedges. So I think reasonable privacy is to be expected, but I'm not sure we could do it up to roof line height. I do, as I shared with the board and the applicant, my concerns about the driveway. I will be addressing that issue with the building department. You know, I take your concern, Deborah. Any other public comments? Thank you.
I don't see any.
I have a comment.
There's a Ruth Golan has her hand
Hi.
up. Okay.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. I still have a problem with this appendage that sticks out on the west side of the property line. I'm the abutting neighbor, so I think that, you know, as Deborah, Ms. Bates rightfully pointed out, my privacy is very much being impinged by the addition. When you say 25 feet height, I understand what you're saying, but actually the height of this property is 35 feet. And now really only in this area, you're allowed to build up to 30 feet. So, you know, the existing property is adding bulk. I think that, you know, by adding this appendage, you are losing somewhat.
What?
I'm sorry. I think by adding this appendage, there is a loss somewhat of the 4 square by the west side elevation. And, you know, this building is an important, this house is an important building. I think, you know, I listened back to the January 11th meeting where Sarah mentioned that the building appears on the 2011 historic list. And it's also an existing, there's existing design guideline, which points out that the classic 4 squares on Cameron Street are particularly important. I listened to Jeff when he mentioned that, you know, that this is a dying breed, the 4 square. And, you know, this is part of what makes Southampton, Southampton. And unfortunately, there aren't so many of them left. So I'm wondering if there is something that can be done to kind of push that appendage back and give it more symmetry. And my concern about the west side elevation, of course, it impacts me, but it also, again, I'll repeat, it impacts everyone walking in the village who's walking down Cameron Street, because that street, you drive through it and you drive through it from west to east. So you see it immediately when you drive by, when you walk down on the street, it's very noticeable. And all of a sudden you have this like 6-foot appendage sticking out. So I definitely appreciate the agreement towards the windows. The dormer is going to be jutting out again, another 6 feet. So I don't even understand how proportionally that's going to look unless there's like some sort of model rendering of this, because you can't tell where the dormer is in relationship to that side based on the existing drawings. And I think it looks bulky. I think the landscaping doesn't necessarily address the west side elevation. This is a property that goes up 35 feet. The tree did give considerable shade. I was on the other side of that tree, and that tree was partially on my property. And it wasn't on my property, but the bush of it kind of like hung over the property, and it did create, and by the way, I never had one branch fall from that tree on my property, but it did create a considerable amount of screening, not only for me, but everyone looking at the west side elevation. So I think putting in place something that grows, you know, right now is 7 or 8 feet and even potentially 12 feet is not really sufficient to address the privacy concerns and the light pollution on the west side. And I would appreciate if the dormer would somewhat, like regarding the windows with it jutting out another 6 feet, just seems kind of just really overbearing for that property. So I appreciate your time and your consideration, and I hope you take into consideration what I'm saying. I very much appreciate it.
And I do want to just address the tree. The tree definitely gave you some screening, but as from the streetscape, it gave no screening because where it was located, if you're walking down the street or driving down the street and the tree would be here, you'd have an angle going back. It would screen more her garage. That's the area that would screen. From your back patio, obviously it would screen other parts of the house. But when you're walking down the street, no, I took pictures, I know. And I know the location of
I disagree. Well, you walk on the opposite side of the street is where the sidewalk is. So when you're looking at the street from that sidewalk, and I walk frequently down that street because I constantly, when I'm there, I walk down that street. I wouldn't see those part of the house because of the trees. Irrespective, the windows that are being added are larger. They're not the same windows that currently exist on the west elevation. They are significantly larger, and they are impacting my privacy, and they are adding light pollution, glare. And I'm not the only neighbor that thinks this, while I'm one of the only neighbors speaking here today, but many neighbors on Cameron and Walnut Street happen to agree with me. This is not something that I'm the only person that thinks. No, so I would appreciate if there is some other landscaping ability that can be used to add screening and additional consideration to some of my other comments. Thank you.
I would just want to point out that we just did eliminate some windows on the west side, and we are very sensitive to the neighbors, hence my suggestions at least. So that's all. I have no problem with that dormer.
Thank you, Peter.
Because it is up there. It's already there. Yes, it's true. It's back 6 feet, but it's there. I mean, I think it's fine. Okay, sorry.
Okay, great. So let's do this. There've been a lot of comments and input from the board as well as the public. Lori, Eliza.
We are requesting an adjournment.
Right.
So looks like there might be more comments.
Oh, more comments? Sure. Any more public comments?
There's 2 coming in, Jeff.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's okay. They should be in. Kimberly McSparron and Christine Whitker. You need to unmute and start your camera, please.
I just want to see.
I'll send you a,
okay. And whoever speaks again, when you first get on, just please identify yourself and provide your address so that Jackie Allen can take it down.
I'm Kim McSparron. I'm at 65 Cameron Street. I've been in my house for 30 years, 29 years. 29 years ago, I bought my house. The things that we're discussing now, like the dormer that was there, that dormer was never originally there. There have been a lot of changes that, I mean, 5 or 6 other people have purchased that house since Len Zaloga owned it. And so there have been a lot of changes that didn't get in front of the Architectural Review Board. So what's happening now is it's really getting distorted from the original. And that's what's upsetting to me. And the parking space, which is called a turnaround, is not a turnaround. I can see it. It's really unattractive. So, I mean, I agree with all the comments that have been said, but I think that you have to look at over the years that a lot of changes have been made to the house that should not have been made in the first place, that did not go in front of the Architectural Review Board or were made on the sly somehow. And now we're dealing with a butchered house that's just getting more butchered. And that's my concern.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Kimberly. Christine?
Christine, if you're trying to talk, you're muted. I've sent you an unmute ask. Either that or you're frozen and gone. I don't hear anything from her, Jeff.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's see. Is she coming on? Okay. Christine, let's give it one more try here. And if not, you can submit letters to the board. And there she is.
She had a letter to the board.
I did submit a letter to the board.
Oh, okay.
You should have all gotten it today.
Yes, I got it.
I concur with Deborah Bates and Ruth Golan. I've been here 22 years, and I agree with Kimberly. It's been altered so many times, but the person who's impacted is my immediate neighbor, Ruth Golan, to the west, and the loss of the tree, for whatever reason, we all understand diseased trees, but it seems to me that some larger replacement screening should be considered. The height of the house is not going to change. However, that tree, I disagree. I'm sorry with the landscape architect, but I can see that roof very well from my I mean, I live in a Cape in the least significant house on the street, but I can see that roof, and I can only imagine what it's like for someone in a one-story house. And I just believe that some more screening, more substantial screening should be done on the west side for Ruth.
Okay, thank you, Christine.
And
well,
last thing, also this thing of altering a four-square house again, but at least before it was not done where it's visible from the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Christine. So, Elisa, Lori, and Tish, you've heard comments from the board, from the public. One of the things that's challenging about this property, it's an historic house that happens to be outside the historic district. If it was in the historic district, some of the things that the folks are talking about would be absolutely required. I can only ask you to take heart to what the board and the neighbors are saying. Do your best. You're going to be living on that street for a long time. You've heard from more neighbors than we usually do. Okay. But again, you live in that house, you live on that street, you live in this community, and how you balance all those things are up to you. But for the time being, we'll accept your request to adjourn. And so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I assume nobody's opposing. So, okay, thank you all. I know this is a long evening for both you folks as well as everybody else waiting. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, let me just sort this out, board members. Okay. So, adjourn. Okay. Okay, folks. The next application is that of Charles Falco at 135 Lewis Street for exterior alterations. Okay.
Hey, Jeff, Charles Limbo is coming in.
Okay. Charles, just identify yourself and your address. And
Charles Lembo, architect, 410 West Montauk Highway in Lindenhurst, New York.
Okay. Well, just let me make a note here. Okay, so when you were last here, we spoke about things related to glassing in the porch. We spoke about the Bilco doors. We spoke about a landscaping plan and the need for existing versus proposed elevations. I think I got most of what was on the list and in the minutes. So, and I can't recall, do you go by Charles or Chuck?
You can call me Chuck, please.
Okay. I thought that's what it was. All right, Chuck, the floor is yours, and then we'll turn it back to the board and any public comments.
Okay, when we last left, the information I was given when we closed out last time was, I believe it was Sarah had initiated the request to add additional glazing on the side wall of the former porch to make it look more like a porch in its new configuration, which we've done. There was also a concern about the lack of a door at the former garage doors to the garage, which has now been converted to interior space. That door had been inadvertently left off of the plan that was submitted, but it's now back on. And then I believe it was Peter who had the request that we show the proposed and existing elevations on the same sheet so that they can be easily compared. And we've done all that. So we're now just back here to get a final review of our compliance with the board's request.
Okay. Thank you, Chuck. Board members?
Yes, thank you it's very clear now, and you've labeled everything, and I really appreciate it. I just wonder on the north elevation, the new door that you put in, it seems to me it's going to change the openings of the garage doors. It looks that way anyway. And do the doors really look like that? They're all the same. Look like these 9-panel doors. Is that really what you're proposing?
Well, the garage doors, so it's not a garage anymore. The garage doors were requested to remain as an aesthetic nod to its previous.
Yes.
So they are, because they don't function and they're not openable anymore, they're getting shifted slightly to the right, a little bit closer together to put in that new door that's not there. And the new door is designed, the way it's drawn now, is to have a similar style to the garage doors with some raised panels on the door. But yes, the garage doors were shifted to the right. They are being reviewed.
Thank you.
But...
Yep.
Okay. Other comments, board members? Okay. Any public comment?
There's no hands up, Jeff.
Okay. So, Chuck, given where we started and where we are now, this is pretty good.
Thank you.
In terms of,
I would like to say that when we presented the client with the idea of the glass on the side, they actually really liked the idea and they kind of embraced it. So it was really stuff.
Well, as I've often said, or at least many times, this process can and does work. So this is an example of that. I know we had some rough moments, but I'm glad we are where we are. So with that being said, I'm going to move that we accept the application of Joseph Falco for 135 Lewis Street for exterior alterations to the existing dwelling as submitted in the most recent plan. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? No? Okay, Chuck, thanks.
Thank you. And Alice, I love that lobster thing that's on.
Oops.
That's my love bug from my 5-year-old.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks, folks. All righty. Okay. Okay, the next application before us is that of Joseph and Philippa Colvin at 55 Old Town Crossing, a 2-story addition to the dwelling. Who's ever representing the Colvins, please raise your hand and come on down.
I'm waiting for the hands, Jeff. I don't see any yet.
There wasn't anything new in the file this week either.
No, there was nothing new.
No. It's the same thing that happened last time it was on the agenda, actually.
Okay, all right, so we'll make a note.
What is the name of the people?
Colvin.
Is that with a C or a K?
C.
H.
Pat, it's Jackie. The applicant would be the architect, and that's Anastasios.
And is he here? Or he or she?
I'm looking through everybody that's here. I don't see any Anastasios here.
Okay. All right. So I guess.
Unless it's the phone call. Does anybody know who the phone call is? Any idea, Jeff? Let me allow this phone call to talk and see it just in case. I don't want to miss somebody by mistake. Okay, I'm going to ask the phone call to unmute. And they're not unmuting. All right, Jeff, we might as well proceed.
Okay, well, I think in as much as there's nobody here, whether it's adjourned or not, but maybe Jackie, we can talk about sending them a note. Okay, Alice, there's no action we take on that, I assume. I mean, in terms of just the processing the meeting.
It in case he showed up later this evening, but I think it's fine if we just adjourn it.
Okay, so we'll hold for a second call till the end of the meeting. Okay. The next application then is that of Craig Goldberg at 258 Toilsome, a two-story single-family dwelling with attached garage and accessory pool.
Should I proceed?
Hold on a second, John. Bear with me. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so the Goldberg application, and whoever's representing the Goldbergs, please sign in.
John Bennett for the applicant, Bennett and Reed, 212 Windmill Lane. And Tim Ganettis from Austin Patterson is here. I think, Tim, oh yeah, there you go, great. This was, there was an original approval, and then we talked about the architecture last time. There's an attached garage. There had been modifications on the colors of the windows, and there was a very, very large second-story deck in the back, which is now been removed, and there are two small decks on a bedroom on either side. I think, and I could be wrong, we were all down to the landscaping.
Right, yeah.
So what happened was Joan's office and my office and the landscape people tried to come to some agreement, but I don't think unfortunately, I don't think we're there. However, I will describe and then I'll let Austin Patterson's folks tell you why we feel very strongly this way. The eastern portion, the property line, which is with the neighbor in question, is already very, very heavily vegetated. So the neighbor wanted a continuous row of evergreen plantings, and it's just not feasible. Tim's going to tell you from a professional point of view why it isn't feasible. But there's privet there, and from my own experience, unfortunately, I made the mistake one time of planting some arborvitae along my next door neighbor's privet, and he was kind enough not to say anything until his privet died, and then we had to work something out. Fortunately, we were good neighbors, so we worked something out. But this continuous line of plantings, which Joan's client has requested, just have a total deleterious effect. You can't just jam landscaping on top of one another. I don't think you have to be a landscape architect to realize that starts killing the species. So the existing boundary line on our property is already heavily vegetated. And as Tim will speak to you, really the request by the neighbor was, it just doesn't work in terms of its impact on our existing line. So what we have done is two things. We have proposed, and Tim will tell you more about the species. We did propose some junipers to close a gap. But if you go down to the property, there's both of these property lines are very, very heavily screened to begin with. So, you know, you can't landscape out everything. What you do is you approve pleasant looking buildings, which I think you've done in both instances in this case. The other thing, the next door neighbor was very kind, came and gave us support, was concerned about the generator. So what we have done is we, you know, he didn't request this, but we did screen that generator to provide some visual and hopefully some noise attenuation. The generator does meet the required setback, but we're trying to get a little bit more on that aspect. Tim, maybe if you can discuss how we looked at this, and we didn't say no to the neighbor. We just had a very studied approach to it and said you can't just throw, you know, vegetative buffer in an area. It's got to make sense with the existing vegetation.
Right. The neighbor's attorney provided.
Oh, just please identify yourself, Tim.
Tim Ganettis from Austin Patterson Distant Architects, 44 Quogue Street, Quogue. In preparing this this sheet ARB9, we were provided with the screening proposal by the neighbor's attorney through the landscape architect that did request a double row of arborvitaes. The drawing that they placed that on was the survey and not the site plan showing the existing deciduous trees as well as the evergreen trees and privet hedge. So while it seems logical in their diagram, it's not taking into account the 45-foot tall maple trees where if you start to dig within their roots, you could really damage the health of the tree.
Tim, can you show this on your screen? Is it possible?
It's actually on your screen that's being, oh, okay, hold on one sec. That was, I thought it was being shared.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second.
I think it's really helpful actually. Because you see the drip line, you'll see the drip line of the existing vegetation on our property and how we're not trying to be cheap about things. It just doesn't make sense what was proposed.
Well,
perfect.
So on the top right-hand corner is the diagram that was proposed by the neighbor with double row of arborvitae. And on our site here, you can see the existing evergreen trees as well as the existing deciduous trees, some of which are maple, and an existing small deciduous tree that our client had planted several years ago. What we have proposed is to take Juniperus virginia, which is a native tree that we will be planting as well on the west property line, in order to take and provide an additional bit of screening in that area between the two deciduous trees and provide the neighbor with additional privacy other than what's already there, going above and beyond what my client feels is required for this.
Mm-hmm. Right, okay. Can I, hold on, let me just, oh, I was on, so just for some point of reference, from the corner of your client, oh, I'm sorry, your client's balcony where your cursor is now, to the corner of the upper left corner of the pool, what's your estimate of the distance there? From that arrow to the corner of the balcony.
Got to be 100 to 80. It's got to be somewhere between.
It would definitely
38 feet.
What?
Wait, Joan.
No.
Here's how we're going to do it, folks. Here's how we're going to do it.
You made a question of the applicant, correct?
Right, exactly.
Side yard setback,
okay.
Side yard setback.
All right, so John, I'm asking for clarification from the applicant for the distance from the corner of the proposed house to the corner of the pool, to the neighbor's pool. Then I want to understand the distance from each of the neighbor's pools to each other.
All right, again, they're not scaled out, so I'm just guessing.
No, I'm just an estimate.
Yeah, I'm estimating. It's a back of the envelope thing based upon, and Tim, you'll chime in if I'm off, but based upon the width of the lot and the size of the house, I mean, it looks like the pool, the distance that you're talking about, okay, has got to be somewhere between 80 and 100 feet, and then the pools are generously set back more than the minimum setback. If anything, my client's pool is set back further from the side yard than Joan's client.
Right. Okay.
At a certain point, if I may, if you don't like the landscaping that is provided by your neighbor, you do what other people do and you put the landscaping on your own property. She's concerned about privacy. The pools meet the setbacks. It's very, very heavily vegetated there on the side. We'll add some additional
some winter vegetation. If you
move along.
I'm sorry.
Can we talk about it now? I understand.
No. The applicant is still talking.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
sorry.
No, Peter, I'm finishing up. I'm just trying to describe what's going on there. That's all.
Okay. Tim, were you all done? Because I interrupted Tim to get a sense of distances.
I didn't have the scale drawings, but I would concur with John and err on the side of caution that it could possibly be as little as 70 feet, but based on the scaling with a line of the 30-foot setback, if you go diagonally rather than just across,
Right. Okay, great.
I think that's what the chairman was asking.
Right, exactly. Okay, so Tim, was there anything else you wanted to state about the landscaping? If not, I'm going to turn it back to the board for their comments.
I mean, the image on the screen, I hope now, if I've gotten the technology correct, is a December view of landscaping. So obviously,
no, all we see right now is the black and white.
Okay, am I having the same problem?
Yeah, you want to go back to your winter landscaping where you see a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees. And by the way, to the extent that the concern is privacy from the pool, everything's going to be in green during swimming weather.
Okay, I can't.
There may be in your packet, folks. There were some drone shots from the
previous.
I've got the one from January.
Are we seeing the previous PDFs, or am I?
There we go.
I'll zoom in.
Yeah, well, that's helpful. The drone, the renderings, but then you actually had some. Yeah, see, there we go. See?
You have the line of sight as well.
Yep.
But these landscape shots were taken in December. I mean, so during the summer when the pools are in use, there will be additional privacy.
I mean,
okay. All right, board members.
One could argue that the neighbor's pool is in a better position for privacy than it would otherwise be if it was closer to the house, because the sight line is shallower if their pool is closer to the house. I don't see I think the landscaping plan is fine from my perspective.
I agree with John. I think the landscaping is fine. I think what the neighbor wants will look horrible, and that if she wants to plant trees, she may.
Any other board members? Okay. I will, I tend to agree with, without making value judgments on how how it might look. I think the issues of privacy are well addressed, and to some extent privacy is relative. If you live on 1/3 of an acre lots, pools are within 40 feet of each other, 20 on either side. So, it's relative. But again, we're just talking about this property, so that doesn't take away anything from the neighbor's concern. So with that being said, the public is welcome to speak. So whoever's in the public, please raise your hand and Kat will let you in.
Kat sees no hands up.
Joan
there.
Yeah. Now I have a hand.
Okay.
Now I have a hand. Hold on.
Okay.
It's somebody who's already in. Why is she raising her hand?
Oh, Joan?
Well, Joan, you can speak.
Okay, Joan, just identify yourself just for the record. Thanks.
Yeah, Joan McGivern, Toomey Latham, 20 Main Street, East Hampton. My client did the original sketch without appreciating that, it was on a survey that didn't show the I just want to share my screen for a minute.
Sure.
I could get to, so she did a new sketch based on the one that was provided to us, and she was requesting, instead of the 2 juniper trees, if they could put in 3 juniper trees of 14 to 16 feet as opposed to 10 feet. And then her other suggestion was putting in some underplanting of some holly and some, well, basically 2 different types of holly that thrive in the shade to create a little more screening. I mean, her biggest concern is this balcony, which she feels violates her privacy, and it's much closer to her property. It's about 38 feet, and that's her biggest concern.
Okay.
But looking at this landscaping plan, I felt it wasn't unreasonable what she was asking for, particularly the higher juniper trees.
Okay. All right, so it's John representing the client. I think that's a call to you make. I think what we hear from the board is that we're satisfied with the landscape plan as submitted. If your client wants to do more beyond that in terms of that which is neighborly, I think that's, that's your decision to make with the client. But in terms of the privacy, I think in the scheme of things, it's reasonable. Without any further comments from either the applicant or what, well, John, you have the chance to respond.
No, I'd ask the board to vote on the application. I just want, in terms of the balcony, I just want to remind everybody that there was a much larger balcony. Right. Anyway, but that's yeah, I'd ask to vote. I think we've tried to.
Okay. Yeah. So, and Joan, we appreciate your client's concern for privacy. We try to address that as much as we possibly can. We think in this case, the applicant has gone the distance in terms of the changes they've made to the architecture of the house. The screening does exist. If they are so inclined, or if you are so inclined to add to it, again, that's you as neighbors can do. But that being said, I'm going to move that we accept the application of Craig Goldberg. And no other further comments, gentlemen, ladies? No? Okay. The application of Craig Goldberg, 258 Toilsome Lane, as submitted and with the landscaping as submitted. Do I have a second on that?
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Was that an aye or a nay?
Aye.
Aye, okay. So there's no opposition, right?
No, I'm opposed.
You're opposed, okay. All right, so that's, Jackie, do you have that?
I don't see Sarah. Sarah, what was your vote?
Oh, you're on mute.
Sarah.
Yes, I approve.
Okay. So, so I have 4 to 1. Thank okay. Four in favor with Mark McIntyre.
No, I have both.
3 to 2, guys.
John, you're muted.
You have a 3 to 2. I think John's trying to vote now.
Okay. Okay.
Has nothing to do with the landscaping.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So in any event, so Jackie, you got that? Mark and John are the naysayers, literally. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the next application. That next application is that of Brennan Joint Revocable Trust, 120 Bishop's Lane, for a 2-story single-family dwelling and attached garage.
Matthew Pantafello coming in.
Okay, hold on a second, Matt.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Matt, yeah. we can hear you. So identify yourself and then we can proceed.
Okay, I'm also being joined by the architect, John Gramlich.
Hold on a second, let me just write that down. So we got Matt and John. Is John, I don't see John on yet.
Right,
he's coming in. There it is.
Okay.
Okay, now hold on. And Matt, we have your information. John, can you just identify yourself and provide us with your address? Oh. Whoop. Don't hurt yourself.
John Gramlich, 836 Phipps Court in Yaphank.
Yaphank. Okay. So, gentlemen, at our last meeting, there was the board raised concerns about materials, including the use of AZEK, the use of black windows, the use of white shingles. So basically a white house with black windows and trim and AZEK. So those were the material issues. Then there was concerns about design of the windows, multiple sizes above the doors. And then finally, placement having to do with the driveway. I think I got it all. But if not, I'm sure my board members will chime in. So gentlemen, let's focus on how you address those issues.
John,
Okay.
you want to take the floor?
Yeah. I'm obviously technically challenged here, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do a share screen and
Yeah,
Here we go.
correct.
okay. So first of all, we changed the front to, I think it was Peter that basically said the previous design was a little too boring, not enough charm. And I think that happens sometimes when we're trying to meet the needs of the budget and the client and everything. But, you know, as an architect, I love spending the client's money. So this is great because we get to spend a little more money on this. So we changed the front a little bit, add a little more character. And as far as the black windows, we changed that to white. In this particular case, we were hoping to go for like a light gray siding rather than just a natural, and maybe a dark gray trim. As far as the AZEK, I did listen to some of the concerns last time, so I wasn't able to attend the meeting, but I watched the YouTube version of it. So I listened to the concerns of the AZEK, and you know they're valid. It's a plastic material, and I also, as Jeff mentioned, I can tell AZEK from other things as well. But we are limited with material, and as far as like the longevity, if you put wood on the outside, we all know it rots really quick. It takes a lot of work to make wood really work. I think one of the ideas was to make some of the things wood, but regardless of what we make wood, it's going to probably rot within 2 years, which is really a negative thing for the owners. The AZEK is actually more expensive than wood, so considerably more expensive. But I think it can be done and painted to where it looks nice. We can't necessarily accommodate all of the environmental concerns but one of the positives about it is that this house is, you know, it's speculated that the person's going to live in this house for a long time, and that's not really something you would want to change. This is a brand new house. So I don't know if there's a perfect solution between wood and AZEK, except that we're trying to be conscious of environment with other materials, but some things we need them to just not rot per se. And unfortunately, trim work is where all the rot happens because it's the transition between the roof and the siding. So that's, of course, why AZEK was originally developed. Starting to see PVC everywhere, you know, with railings, and it really looks like that sort of plastic that you might see on a pool railing. It looks horrible. And I absolutely hate it. I don't like using it. When it's on trim work, if it's done correctly, I think it looks really nice and it looks real. As long as it's not just plopped up there. So that's my only comment about the AZEK. And basically that's where we are with this. We also simplified the right side, which I'll show you down here. This used to have a bigger ridge on it. We were trying not to use this space over here, but we enlarged the square footage to make this look much more simple and nicer. And that's it.
Okay.
That's my only comments
So,
for now.
John,
yes.
Can you hear me, by the way? Okay. So for the benefit
Yes,
of the
Jeff.
board, could you, with your cursor, show us where AZEK material is being used?
Generally, it's used
No,
on...
specifically.
Specifically,
Sorry.
okay, fine.
Yeah.
It's here.
Yep.
Any kind of fascia, basically where anywhere you would see where a roof ends. So that's the fascia, frieze boards, and so forth. These don't have to be AZEK. They can be permacast material, but a lot of times we build these out of AZEK because we can customize it in that we could make a recess here, and it doesn't have that plain flat look. That's what this little internal square is that this is a recess, so we can use a different color, like a light gray and white combined, so that you're picking up the white with the window.
Mm-hmm. And then on the arch,
this big piece here that's blank is sometimes AZEK painted, and this is just a computer thing. This could easily be this, and I think should be the same siding right in here. This should not be a big piece of AZEK right there. So this blank area should actually look like the siding.
Mm-hmm. Siding, yeah. Okay, is that it from your side, Matt and John? Which is fine.
Yeah.
Okay, board members?
Well, I'll start. I
Sure.
think you could eliminate, I find that that sort of floating pediment on the front elevation, you have flanking 1.5 story ends, or 1.5, and one of them is just a plain gable, and the other has a gable with a gabled projection, a pedimented looking thing. And I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. And if you remove that, then you would have less of a problem with AZEK on that side. You have... Am
I muted at the moment, or can you hear me, Sarah?
Yes, I can hear you.
I just want to make sure I'm following you. So you can still see my share screen, right? With the
yes.
Front elevation? Okay, so the things you're discussing right now are on the front elevation, correct?
Yes, and so okay. So on the front elevation.
So can you tell me what area? I'll move my cursor to where.
There.
Right here. Okay.
I think you could eliminate that with and have less AZEK and less of a funny projection, and I think that.
Great. That'll make it symmetrical with here then.
And I think that the return, if you had a proper return rather than a truncated eave, if you had a return over both ends of your projections, it would read more like a real building, for want of a better expression. So as the eave comes down, you just have a truncated eave rather than a full return. Up here on the second floor, yes. So if you had a real return, I think it would be better architecturally.
What do you mean by a real return?
Well, it actually has an L shape rather than just a dead end.
Yeah, those are like box eaves. It's like a standard.
Oh, you mean less of a pork chop, right?
Yeah, that's a builder's detail. It's not at all authentic. It came up in the
Okay, so what if we took this line, Peter, and we took this line right here, and then this piece came down and wrapped a little bit, right? So it's a little less pork chop.
Yeah, you don't have the box. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, I'm with you. Okay, go ahead, Sarah. I'm following. Thank you.
Okay. Peter?
Oh, yeah, I think maybe the the front projection with the diamond windows, I'd set it, I'd keep it back, keep it flush with the plane, that it's coming out of. And I think it would look fine. And just maybe just a regular window, a single double hung window in the middle would do the trick. And I think if you want a pediment over the front door, that it should not be higher than the porch, the top of the porch roof.
And have shingles on the inside of it.
Yes.
I'm with you on the shingles. As far as this not projecting, you want to push that back to be flush, and then these are going to come down and match a similar eave.
Yeah, you'll have a frieze board going across, and then going.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know if I'm on board with that as much, but it's different look. I'm not saying it's bad. I like the projection because this whole front is a little flat.
Mm-hmm.
I like that there's a little more character built into this.
I agree. I don't mind the projection as much as the diamond windows just don't seem right. 2/2s or something that's in keeping with the other windows.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah.
And then on the first,
definitely see this becoming one bigger window, but do you really think just a single double hung?
No,
well, the project,
I would not say one bigger window, but the diamond windows seem out of place there.
Yeah, I like the size of the windows on the projection, but I think it's kind of interesting. I just would do a 2/2 or something that I don't like the diamond windows.
I think you have a universal dislike of the diamond windows.
Diamond windows.
No one likes the diamonds. Okay.
Well, you know what happens when you put that, and then you use a lot of AZAC material. It doesn't have a pure look, and so I think the diamonds become an issue on the door as well.
Yes.
So, okay. So are we all against the projection, or we're okay with the projection, but we want to change the window to be something a little bigger and singular, and maybe have.
I'm okay with that.
Whose house was I just looking at? I think it might have been one of the guys that. It's Mark. In the background behind Mark, we have a single window back there, and you see there's like a single row of mullions at the top. Thanks, Mark. Would you like something like that?
I don't know.
John, could I speak up for a minute?
Yeah.
I think we leave the two windows, just make it like a 2/2 on each of them.
Yeah.
And then the front porch, the gable, just drop it down a little bit, because it's the way it's drawn. I don't think in reality it would be that way, but it's drawn that it's coming up a little too high, to bring it down slightly and put the siding in the gable end. And I think it works, but you got to ask the board. So we would eliminate all the diamonds in all 4 spots and just put regular window panes in there.
It's up for me.
Guys, what do you think?
Yep.
So we're okay with the front between the 2 gables on the 2nd floor, projecting whatever it does, 18 inches or whatever it is, then just eliminating all the diamonds and putting the siding in the gable end. And like I said, and we'll try to draw it down, but I think in reality, that's where it would end up being anyway.
Okay, I think that'll be better. And if you really want that projection, I think that you should consider losing the gable entirely, because the projection, intrudes into the porch roof. Then you got the gable, the pediment over the front door's got to die into that. Just to consider it.
John, what do you think?
I actually like Peter's idea better. I like that bump out at the top, because I think that it's a little too much face on the front. I'd rather lose the pediment. And to be honest, it's not. The porch would still look great without that pediment there.
Good.
I'm fine with that.
Yep.
Good.
All right.
Okay.
So
let's recap real quick, just so I make sure. So we're going to lose the pediment. We're gonna get rid of the pork chop and fill this. I'm sorry, we're not going to fill it. We're going to get rid of this pediment, lose the pork chop, lose the diamonds.
Right.
One more thing, John. I think over the garage, you're going to lose that gable end.
Right.
Whole gable?
Yes.
Yeah, on
Okay.
the roof. So it's going to be just like the other one. And
Okay.
then the 2 windows in the front, up above the front door, will be a 2/2.
Sounds great.
All right. Let me add one more thing, because I am going to stick to our concern about the use of AZAC, because it's going to come up on also, Matt, the next property you're going to present. But just looking at this, even if you weren't presenting other properties, the columns for my vote have to be wood. And I would request as much as possible to eliminate AZAC on as much trim as you possibly could. And maybe it's all the lower level trim, that porch.
Well, the problem is when you're changing the trim between first level, second level, being that they're right next to each other, you may start to see a difference. Whereas if the whole front is one thing, you're really not going to see it. If it's just the columns, I think that's acceptable. But so, if you change some of the windows and not other windows, it's going to look silly.
Right. I don't know if we're splitting hairs here or not. I'll ask some of the other board members to chime in. But, you know, John essentially made my case. He said, you can see AZAC. He can see it. I can see it. And
well, when it's not painted.
But this will be
with all due respect, I can tell. Okay, I'm no wizard, but I can tell the lines is too sharp. They're not soft. The painting isn't subtle necessarily. The way they meet the other members, it's clear. So, you know, again, guys, you want as many votes on this board as possible. Your current use of AZAC now is not going to get my vote. So it's your call how you want to play it. I can't design your house. I can only give you my vote, and my vote is not in favor of your high use of AZAC. So
okay,
it's your call.
What would you change for?
I don't know.
Like in other words,
I'm not an architect. I'm chairman of the board. I'm not an architect.
For both of us.
I'm not an architect. All I can tell you is what I just told you.
Okay.
So what is if we change the columns, would that be?
I think that's an easy one. I think would
that be enough?
I don't know. I don't know. I would prefer that you don't use AZAC at all, but I'm not. But I realize that some of those roof lines you may need to. So why don't you do your best you can and then come back to the board?
But
you guys are requesting an adjournment?
Wait. Could I just say one other point?
Sure.
Okay. I think the board, and I might be stepping over my boundaries, but should stay consistent, because if I recall correctly, the previous one, the Goldberg residence, they're using AZAC. You guys mentioned it, and you said you were going to allow it.
Each application, Matt, is viewed on its own. And so I didn't say you had to eliminate all AZAC. I just said I'm concerned about the use of it as it's presented on this diagram. And so every application is different. And so, you know, you've heard my feelings and you've heard suggestions from the other board members. So again, you can submit what you want and we'll vote as we will. We're not in the business of denying applications, but we are in the business of trying to work with the applicant to produce a structure that is consistent with our code. So, and our charge is the ARB. So anyway, let's not belabor the point. You're coming back with redesigns on several elements. You've heard our concerns on the materials. Unless any other board members or anybody in the public wants to say anything, then we're going to move this to an adjournment.
There's no hands up, Jeff.
Okay,
John. One more thing, could I just add? I mean, we were talking about, you know, if you did the second story but not the first story, it would look weird. I don't disagree there, actually. Is it possible to do the wood for the front of the house and AZAC the other three sides, something like that? Just a suggestion. I don't know.
I think that's an acceptable suggestion. Okay. I think that kind of, so 3/4 of the house will be quote unquote maintenance free, and it's only the front when they have to replace it. It's a limited exposure financially as well as with the rot.
And all, you know, the front of the house is essentially the biggest issue for the board anyway. I mean, that's with the street facing facade of the house.
All right.
Just a
suggestion. I can live with that.
Okay, thank you, John. Good input. Okay, so I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you, Matt. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay, don't go too far because I have a
Yeah, we have another one.
Yeah, we're on.
Okay, hold on a second, gentlemen.
Matthew.
We're pretty consistent at least, so this should be, this one should be here.
So the next application is that of 23 South Street for a two-story single-family dwelling and attached garage. Would the applicant or representatives identify themselves with name and address, please? Matt and John.
Okay, so I think Matt's speaking, but it looks like he's muted.
Good, sorry.
Yeah, there you go, Matt. You are muted. You want to?
Okay, Matthew Pantafel, builder and owner.
And John Gramlich, architect.
Okay, so some of the same issues as the previous one, but just for the record, it had to do with materials, AZAC, the white shingles, black windows, and concerns about generic design. So guys, why don't you focus on that?
So John, why don't you bring up the front of the house and go through it with them, please?
Okay, so we changed the house, have a little more character. And again, of course, we went with diamond pattern. I think that was just, you guys don't like that, so we're going to eliminate that. It doesn't really change the general appearance, so we don't have to do diamonds, of course. But I think that we changed the character here. And of course, we don't have the pork chops. We have a more historic finish on the eaves and add a little more character. So I definitely like this version a lot better than the first one we did. And at the moment, obviously I would want to change the diamond patterns to be something like the previous house. I mean, we do find some elements are going to repeat. And same thing here, you know, it's the AZEK thing again, but this is probably not as much AZEK as the other house. It's a much smaller house, but still, that's basically I'd like to hear your comments on that.
Right. Board members?
The other thing is that this will be natural cedar.
Right, I'm sorry, thank you.
With painted white trim.
Okay. Right, and white windows.
Right.
I think it's other than the you know, diamond windows, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
It's with the same consideration of the AZAC, if we could consider the same, you know, scenario as we did for the previous one.
I like the eaves very much. I would say you could lose the hood over the double window to the right of the entrance, the second floor. Seems redundant since it's coming off of another roof.
You want to lose this roof? Are you guys? I'm on share screen, right? So this is what you're talking about, Peter. You want to lose this?
Yeah, I mean, when it's in a gable, I can see it, but now it's you've already got, it's a shed against a slope. I think it's redundant and not necessary. But that's my comment. Diamond.
Okay.
I think much improved from the last house we looked at.
Yeah. Other board members?
Yeah,
So,
I think if you listened carefully and if you keep if you introduce the returns and lose the diamonds, this is a much better building than A was presented before and B the previous one. So I don't really have a whole lot of problems with this. But I think that the wood okay on the front elevation would be a good ask also. And I think John's suggestion is a valid one.
Yep. Okay. So yeah, no, I echo that as well. When I was by there today, I looked at the house next door. This is more consistent and harmonious with that. That house does have wood trim. And so to the extent you can match your neighbor who uses wood, that would go a long way in terms of my acceptance of the plan. But I do want to reflect what the board is saying in terms of thanking you guys for the changes you've made. Now,
yeah,
now
I think that the wood is, I mean, we're I don't know if we lost Matt.
No, I'm here.
His helper. You there? Okay.
Yes.
Matt, are you, so I think they want the same thing here, which is you're willing to do the wood on Bishops, do the wood on the front on South Street as well.
Right. And then lose the little roof over those
I like this, Peter, but I think the house can support it without it as well.
So let me ask you guys, if we agree to change the front to wood, change the diamonds out and get rid of that roof, is there a possibility that we could approve that and just hand in a plan with those changes? Can we approve that tonight and not do another meeting for this?
No, I'm afraid not. So yeah, make the changes to this one as you will to the other one, submitted before Thursday before the next meeting, and then we'll
submit it this week.
We should be smooth sailing beyond that. So okay, so I'm assuming that's a request for adjournment, and in which case, please. Unless there's any public comment, Kat. No. Sorry, guys, I'm losing my voice, which wasn't great to begin with. So, all right, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the next meeting.
Okay, thank you, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Is there a reason why Joan Morgan would have is there a reason why Joan would have her hand up again?
Yeah, we're both, it's John Bennett. We're going to do 317 Murray, correct?
All right. It was a little early.
Okay.
Okay.
Matt, it's great to look at your picture. There you go. You're up. So the next application, ladies and gentlemen, and animatoids on the screen, is 317 Murray Place for a two-story single-family dwelling with attached garage. And who might be representing that applicant?
It's John Bennett, Bennett and Reed, 212 Windmill Lane. We're going to hopefully run right through this because I'm happy to say that Joan's office and my office, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, we've come to terms on landscaping, and Joan put in a letter to that effect today. So I think, Joan, I think we're in agreement, and you memorialized it, and I think we're set. I don't remember the board having any problems with the house. Actually, very, very, very favorably inclined towards the house. So,
the one condition we had was because the landscaping was quite substantial, is that they post a bond for $30,000 and have the the village building department hold the bond for 2 years.
That's fine. We do that all the time. It's essentially what we do is we give the building department a check written out to the town, and it's held in the town account. There's no need for the fancy, bond stuff with the village and stuff like that. It's been something that they've done for years. So, well,
we had asked that be a condition of the approval.
I don't care. It's fine.
Okay, Alice, how do we write that in? Or how do we make the motion here?
I would just make the motion for approval, conditioned upon a $30,000 bond.
$30,000. Yeah, which I'm telling you, what we do is we give the building department we just give them a check, and the village holds it and for the couple of years and then comes back. It's the same way on your the zoning board of appeals does those wetlands approvals. They have they want a bond for the wetlands plannings to hang around, but we don't go through the whole village. It's not like a bond that the village board has to accept.
Okay, and this is related to the landscaping.
That's it.
Okay. All right. Well, unless there are other comments from the board or the public.
And the purpose of it is to ensure the survival of the plantings. Okay.
Okay, so, so then I move that we accept the application of 317 Murray Place LLC, 317 Murray Place for 2-story single-family dwelling with attached garage, with the proviso that the landscape plan as submitted carry be accepted and be a part of the plan itself, and that it carry with it a $30,000 bond or equivalent for a 2-year period to ensure the survivability of the landscaping and plantings. Okay, got that down, Jackie? No, sorry. Okay, second on that, folks?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Okay, nobody opposed. All right, great. Thank you folks for working that out among yourselves. That makes life easy. So.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
You're not gonna stick around?
If you want me to. Add commentary, you can tell a few jokes.
Yeah, if it gets any later, we'll be serving. Okay. Good night, John. Say good night, Chrissy.
It's showing your age.
I know, believe me. No, my hairline says my age, John.
Good night.
Okay. No comment, anybody. Okay. The next application is that of Laura Danforth, 233 Little Plains Road, 2-story single-family dwelling. Okay, this is a new application. Are we good on affidavits?
Yes, they're in order.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thomas Pedrazi is in, Jeff.
Okay. So Thomas, as soon as you're there, you are in the flesh. So Thomas, identify yourself with name and address and company if you're the architect. Okay.
Yes, Thomas Pedrazi, 322 Montauk Highway, Watermill, New York, architect for the applicant.
Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, so a long night for you guys. So we're looking at a 2,845 square foot, 2-story single family residence. One 2-story main resident that is facing Little Plains Road. And then what we have is one perpendicular 1-story, which will be the family room kitchen off of the back. We have an existing 2-story garage that will remain and is still there. This house has already been removed. Kind of a modern contemporary style, all white. And just about 1/4 of an acre. So with that, I turn it over to you.
Okay, board members, whoever wants to speak first can go.
The roof is white too. The roof is white metal.
Standing seam metal roof, yes.
I'm sorry, did you say a metal roof?
White metal
standing seam metal roof, yeah.
I find that not very harmonious.
That was the key word that you started at the beginning of the day with. I see that on my notes, harmonious. Well, the concept here is that we really wanted it to be very white, and it was the only material that we thought was and there are photovoltaic panels on the back roof, which are very easy to clip to.
Okay, just for the sake of procedure, let's have the board members comment, and then Tom, we definitely want to hear from you, but this way we can collect all the various comments and then you can respond to them collectively. Okay, Peter, was there more that you wanted to say?
On the entrance, the sort of inverted bay, well, it's something I haven't seen before.
I'm sorry, Pete?
Sort of the angled recess, it's like an inverted bay for the entrance. I haven't seen that before. I'm not sure about that. but I think the others should comment.
Yeah, I'm perplexed by the eyebrow window in that that seems a little retardataire in these days and times. I also find the entrance with the almost blank window next to the entrance unsettling, and the north elevation with the what I guess is a 2/2, or maybe it's just a very large window that is broken up with the applied muttons, I find disharmonious as well.
Are you talking about the window in the stair?
Yes.
By any chance, Thomas, can you share your screen with that picture or no?
I can share my screen with what picture?
The north
picture.
The north elevation. I believe that's 4.1. Let's see if I can get it bigger. Can you see it?
No.
No. What I'm going to do is unshare this. Wait a minute. Nope. Let me unshare your screen, and you have to choose your picture first and then share your screen. I'm sorry, everybody.
Okay.
So now choose your picture and then share your screen.
Okay, hold on.
Yep.
And then I go down.
Yes.
Better. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, we good?
Right. Mm-hmm. We're
Yes,
good.
Sir.
That's what I was.
That's in this staircase. That's just a 2-story window that's sort of framing that staircase going up.
It's still giant.
Big. And what are this dental molding? It's so fussy on the rear elevation.
It's on all the dentals. Yeah. That's just to sort of dress up that parapet.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's not working for me anyway.
Yeah.
It looks like sort of a Palm Beach 60s. I don't know. And what is the roof over the? You have a roof over the front door, which
it's a little metal roof. Just the
geometry of the bay it's in. The windows are blank. I'm sorry, I can't.
Okay, well let's talk about what you
finish our comments.
Well, let's okay.
Let someone else speak.
Yeah, I agree with everything that's been said so far, starting with the metal roof, the brow window, the huge windows on the, I guess that's the north side of the house. They're just way too large for the proportions of the house. And I just find the front of the house just awkward, to say the least. I don't understand the recess portion or how that roof line over the entrance meets the window on the second floor. On the drawing, it looks like it obscures the window to some degree. Maybe I'm just looking at it the wrong way. But, and the windows just seem
blank.
Yeah, just very odd. In keeping with the character of the neighborhood and Southampton Village in general, for that matter.
This is not contextual in any way.
Mark?
Yeah, I agree with much has been said, and also the neighbor that's behind this house where that giant window is, that's a very narrow, long lot. And I think the light pollution to the back door to the neighbor would be huge from that window all the way down the side of this house. So, and it doesn't feel like it fits into this neighborhood. It doesn't feel like it belongs in this neighborhood at all. I think the white roof in particular, I find objectionable for the neighborhood.
Okay. Well, they're even described as storefront window systems, which pretty much
tell
the tale.
Okay, can I?
Yeah, let me just make one comment that's of a general nature. I'm not going to repeat everybody's comments. So I began the meeting, and yes, you noted it down that harmony is of critical concern. And I think what taken in toto, these comments all speak to a concern about lack of harmony. Doesn't mean that every house has to be identical to the next, but the concerns of the board speak for themselves. The other thing I'll add to it is our perspective, literally and figuratively, is on the exterior of the house. So that which goes on inside the house doesn't have, in 99% of the cases, it's not part of our purview. So, and this often comes up when people seek to put in a two-story window, as you have. And so I appreciate the fact that it's a staircase that you'd like to light. On the other hand, it's nonetheless, as Sarah put it, it's a two-story window. So anyway, I will turn it back to you, Tom. Okay. And so you can, and then there was one comment from the public that was sent in, I believe. So we can read that into the minutes as well, into the file, sorry. It's getting to be a long night. Tom, it's yours.
Okay, so first I'd like to address the side window.
Okay.
And I kind of had a feeling that this would be the case. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to just reflect that there is just double hungs on that side. So basically at the landing on the second floor, and as you're going up to the second floor, there would just be a double hung, which would match the double hungs in the front. So removing that whole window storefront system and just providing a little bit of light for that stairwell. It's the north side of the house, so it's not going to get any light, direct sunlight coming in there. We could certainly take another look at the roofing material, whether that's just a cedar shingle or some sort of an asphalt. We could certainly look at that with the client.
Think cedar.
Hold on.
House, it's a strange, I don't know what.
Hi, Laura.
Second Empire Victorian. It's a very strange design.
Yeah, I shouldn't have interrupted you, but yeah, when you were saying shingle or cedar, shingle much preferred.
Right. You mean an asphalt shingle?
Well, no. You said cedar shingle or asphalt, and
yes.
So I said cedar.
Right.
And well, I think my fellow. Yes.
How about a gray, like a nice light gray, like a silver gray?
Well, one of the things the board is going to ask you for is a streetscape of whatever your final plan is in color rendering. 3 houses to the left and 3 houses to the right. So it's your call, Tom, what you want to come back with. Right. I think if, anyway, it's your call, and then we'll see what happens.
I understand. It's actually my call and Laura Dan's board's call. So I will certainly defer to her. Now let's talk about the windows. It's a 1/1. I mean, obviously that's not the traditional, but we really wanted to kind of keep this as clear without any lights as possible. That was sort of the intention here. The client did. Hold on. Hi. Okay, so we got some gray asphalts on the block. So, but I want to talk about the windows. would that be something, would a 2/2 be more amenable?
You know what? I'm sorry, but I think you're asking us to me, the whole thing has to be redone. Yeah. I can't comment. I think it's just, I don't want to be insulting, but it's bad.
I think the concerns are a general nature here, that if we go through each item, I think we're going to spend a lot of time, and that's unfair. It's really not for us to do. I think here's what I'll summarize it. And without getting into specifics, there are concerns about the materials. There's concerns about the fenestration. There's concern about the color. There's concern about
light pollution.
Windows, front windows, so I mean, and the materials in the roof and so on. So there are a lot of issues here, and I know the intent is to build a good house, and I know you will build a good house, and so I have no doubt that you and your client are capable of doing that. So the board members in this case have each expressed their opinions, and it's been fairly consistent throughout. So without casting any, well, just, we've said it all. God knows I'm tired. So.
Okay. So we'll go back to the drawing board, and we'll be back in 2 weeks, and we'll present something that's more appeasing.
Thank you.
Yeah. And and then from there, we might very well ask for a streetscape, although we know the street pretty well.
We know we want a streetscape.
I think
we know. Thank you, Peter.
Yes. Absolutely. Because also in walking and concentrating on these renderings, I think that it will be also clear to everyone that what needs to be done. So.
Okay. All right. Yes, thank you. Again, the length of the evening has made me less clear, but a streetscape would be required. Thank you.
So I move that we adjourn.
Okay, Tom, you're requesting an adjourn.
I am, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Good night.
There was one letter in the file. It had to do primarily with placement and siting. Alice, do you recall that letter? But okay, it is in the file, and let me just see if I can pull it up, because I don't want to deny the public. Let's see if I have it here. Hold on a second, 233. Yes, there was a letter from Joan Johnson that is in the file. Concern about codes and setbacks. So
yeah,
that's being addressed. So, okay. So I move that we request the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Thank you, Thomas. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Thanks, Thomas.
Yeah, take care.
All right, see you soon. Bye-bye. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on a second. Okay. Okay. Okay, the next application is that of 26 Hampton Road Realty, 30 Hampton Road, exterior alterations to storefront. Whoever is the applicant, please come forward.
Sean Leonard
okay
is
on
coming
affidavits?
Yes.
Alice, okay, good.
All right, Jeff, you have Sean Leonard.
Hello, Sean.
Hello.
You are Mr. Mr. Facade.
Yes.
Go ahead, identify yourself, Sean.
Yeah, Sean Leonard, the architect for the applicant, 320 Hampton Road, Southampton.
Okay, you're on.
So this is for, the address is known as 26 Hampton Road. Also, it's 30 Hampton Road, which used to be the old Blue Duck. It's being renovated to be a new retail place, a new retail store. So we're looking to redo the front storefront to lift the glass up off the sidewalk a little bit, to add some panels below. The front door would remain, as we're not looking to change that door. And the front panels would be painted white to match the building.
Okay. Board members, comments?
Materials? Could I ask the material?
Yes, please. Thank you, Sarah.
It would all be painted wood.
But what are the building materials?
There's actually, it's wood trim that is up above and is stucco, kind of like a stucco type material that's in between. But that's all, everything above on the second floor is to remain.
So the stucco is in the panels?
It's in those panels up above, yes.
Yeah.
But not in the new ones.
Not in the new ones, no.
And is this all one building? The owner owns both sides of this building?
Yes. At this point right now, he does own the entire building. So, but the store next door is not looking to do anything at the moment. So my hope is I'll be back to you to help finalize the whole building.
Well, and that's kind of my issue, that currently both sides of the building are uniform, not to my liking, obviously, but I mean, but they're uniform. And I think altering one side without the other makes for an unattractive building, especially considering the second floor has such a unique, type of design. So,
unfortunately, he's not in a position to be able to disturb the Chinese place that's currently there. So and believe me, it won't be long. I will be back before you.
But determine that. I mean, if with that in mind, I would rather see a replacement than what you're suggesting.
Right. So I have a hard. So our purview is that of the architecture. In as much as, and this is it may be problematic. It's an owner that owns the entire building. You referred to it as 26-30. And I'm not sure of the legalities, and that's not for me to know, but architecturally, I have to agree with John. You own this building. You're asking us to approve something that's out of balance. Whether that's within legal realms or not, it doesn't make any sense to me. And if it's a matter of waiting however much time to do it right, I think it's the responsibility of this board, to the extent that it's within our purview, and we haven't stepped on beyond that, to ask that you do it right. And so, and again, I don't know the legalities of that, and I don't know what your lease reads. That's not my business. But I'm in agreement with John. You've got a beautiful building.
Yeah, it's a shame, because the new design or the new part would look beautiful on both sides. I mean,
I disagree with both of you. I think you make the good enemy of the perfect.
Okay.
The fact of life. I mean, I'm in New York. We all live in New York, I think, but storefronts from store to store, they're different. We cannot control leases. This is part of what makes retail facades vibrant, is that there are different.
If we're two separate buildings, the
architect, wait a minute, and that the architect is making a good faith effort to restore one of them to match the rest of the building above, he should be applauded.
Absolutely, and retail is of the essence. So if he has an empty store that he can James.
I'm hearing this from people.
I'm hearing everybody except Mark.
Oh, I'm still in the middle. I understand John's point completely, but I also understand the need.
So this is like Hollywood Square. So now I go up to the square in the upper right-hand corner. Alice Cooley, what's within our purview or rights and something like this?
What's before you?
What's before us is
what's before you is what's before you, and is what you can decide on.
Exactly.
Right. So
whether what is before you think it's appropriate or not is what you should weigh in on.
Right. And so what is before us? Is it 26 or 30? And I'm told it's 30 Hampton Road. Okay, right. So the name of the entity is 26, but the window you're changing is 30 Hampton Road?
Correct.
Okay, so on the basis of what Alice said, John, you and I could only look at that. And so
that may be the case, but I'm not going to approve a half-assed renovation. So
I understand.
Take it as it is.
I understand, and I applaud your principle. That being said, are there other comments from the board?
I'm ready to approve the third.
Okay.
The existing.
All right. So, any comments from the public? Okay.
No hands up, Jeff.
All right. Thank you, Kat. So
yeah.
I move that we accept the application of 26 Hampton Road Realty LLC for 30 Hampton Road to make exterior alterations to the storefront. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. And all those opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay. Sean?
Yeah.
You can oh, never mind. I was looking for a joke. Anyway, thanks.
Well, thank you. I do appreciate it.
Thanks, Sean.
Okay,
All right, have
great.
a good evening.
All right, take care. Thank you. Okay, we're getting down there, folks. Thank you all for your patience and for those watching at home. Pretty soon we'll be watching, we can turn on Jimmy Kimmel if we stay any longer.
Yeah.
The next application is that of 86 Pine LLC. For 86 Pine Street, exterior alterations. So who's ever representing that, please?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your stamina tonight. My name is Thomas Stonefeld, and representing the owner of 86 Pine Street.
Okay, let me just check, Alice, we did on affidavits?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
So stepping through, I'll do a screen share. So just stepping through the proposed change to the west elevation. This property as it is at the moment formerly had some buttercup yellow stucco that is in the process of being removed and replaced with cedar, grey cedar siding. The property itself has the old storefront retail space, which is remaining unchanged, except for the removal of the stucco there above the storefront and door. The single family residence is the windows and doors are to be reconfigured or planned to be reconfigured based on the new interior floor plan. And then on some of the other elevations, we've got some window and doors that are trying to stay within, character and, similar fashion to what's there at the existing building. Stepping through the rear, there's some French doors added to the former retail space, as well as double hung windows and some picture windows at the rear, where there was an addition that has been shrunk. This is, if you're looking at my screen, this is a garage that is going to be tucked behind at the rear of the property that utilizes part of the current footprint of an old workshop there. So 2-car garage and a 1-car parking space off street behind the property, set back from the street. The final sort of rendering, this will be throughout. dark navy shutter, white trim window, double hung window, Cape Cod grey cedar siding throughout. This is a
That it?
Yeah.
I'll start. I live around the corner, and I walk this street a lot with my dog. And on the former Curry House, which is the 2-story building that had the heinous stucco on it originally. What you've uncovered is what appears to be the original German siding, i.e. the flush board. And for those who are not familiar with that siding, one of the best examples of that is over at 94 Walnut Street, the Bates House. And it's actually a very handsome horizontal siding that I think, since it was uncovered, it might be a springboard for the facade material rather than the Cape Cod gray cedar. That's my thought on that. Also, you're making this building a colonial revival by adding 6/6 windows and shutters, above all inoperable shutters on the original enclosed porch. And I don't think that's really in keeping with the nature of this building, which really almost appears to have been commercial. So anyway, I mean, that's my guess. End of my comments. I'm delighted that you're keeping the ionic columns on the auxiliary space. I don't know where they came from, but they're really quite wonderful, and I think it's a very wise move to retain those. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so just with regards to the shutters, they were all intended to be operable. The ones at the, in the front right-hand lower section there would just be folded in half to cover the full size of the window there, the two windows that are next to each other, which is not dissimilar to the setup that's currently there with the property. The siding that you're referring to, Sarah, that's just on the original part of the structure, not the added on porch. So we were just trying to go with something there that would be a little more uniform and yeah, sort of in keeping with the surrounding neighborhood, I guess.
Well, I object to the colonial stuff, and I really hate the front door surround. You put your pilot, first of all, they're not appropriate, but when you have columns or pilasters, you gotta have a frieze before you stick the crown on top. That seems to be a lesson that no one has learned. So I object to the colonial revival. I think you should clad the building in what it was originally clad in. We're trying to do historic preservation to a certain extent. I think the porch is a problem. I don't really have the answer. One suggestion maybe would be to treat it as an enclosed porch, with banks of windows rather than punched windows. It might recall what it looked like originally. And that's all I have to say.
Sorry, just to clarify, by enclosed porch, you mean the lower section here?
Yeah, the lower section. Yeah, I think it's a very difficult design problem, frankly.
I feel like you've shifted the mass of the house by moving the front door to the right, because there was a nice symmetry to the original structure that's no longer there.
Yeah, I guess we were trying to sort of configure it sort of was revolving off the interior layout, and trying to make something where there was a little more uniformity here in terms of overall windows. And if we were to change the to six up, one down, would that be something that would be that's something that the client is actually considering over the 6 and 6?
You mean the window configuration?
That's right, yeah. 6/1, yes.
I think it's a vast improvement over what currently exists, and
yeah, that's actually that's something we were tossing. Beg your pardon?
I said I think it's an attractive renovation. The only thing I would do is make note on the plans that the shutters will be operable, just so it's documented.
Absolutely.
Are the shutters? What's the material on the shutters?
They're timber, painted timber.
I really believe that since you've uncovered this German siding, that to cover it up with shingles just to make it pretty is really the wrong direction that we should be leaning toward. This was one of the buildings that was flagged on the list in 1998 as a contributing structure, and we were actually looking at the survey form from that survey that was undertaken by GAI, and in particular Jeff Henry. And I think to cover up what has been unearthed from an archaeological standpoint would be a mistake.
I think, if I may say, Sarah raises an interesting point where I think this house can be elevated. And it's interesting that you uncovered something, literally and figuratively, uncovered something that, if applied to this house, would perhaps help it maintain the character that it has. There's, in many ways, nothing wrong in the colonial treatment you applied to this. However, it's also neutered some of the vibrancy and the character that existed before. And again, this is not to be critical. It's just a matter of you have something that I think with polish can be a diamond. And I think that's what Sarah is moving towards.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
You've got something really distinctive, and rather than make it generic, I would certainly be inclined to reinforcing the distinction. And if I could recommend that you walk down the street and look at the German siding on the Bates house to see how it's a fabulous material, and I think it should be highlighted rather than covered up.
Yeah, and I think I'll just add one more thing. Don't shoot me, Peter. But this is a cute, funky street that has charm and character. So the more you can maintain that, the more you can bring it out, the more you can accentuate it, the better it will be. And not only for the village, the neighborhood, but I think in terms of value, I think it's a gem.
Yeah, I agree, and it's such a unique property, and was one that was to go the German siding to a portion of the property and apply it everywhere. Is the argument could be made the other way, that's retroactively trying to apply something to an extension and an additional structure that was there as well. So that would just be my point. But if that's something that's is being suggested as a requirement, or
we don't make, as we've said a number of times, we don't design houses. They're not generally put in the context of requirement. And I think particularly in this regard, there's been food for thought presented by people who share, as you do, an appreciation for this house and for its inherent qualities. So I would suggest that you absorb what was said tonight, share it with your clients, come back, and we're happy. Not every meeting has to be for a vote. If you want to come back and share your presentation with us, we can do that as well. So Anyway.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes, sure, Peter.
I don't think you have to do the German siding on the small house. I mean, in the old shop. I think that, you don't have to do one siding on both structures.
Right.
But that would be, I guess, the tricky part, and making something that's, was once a retail and separate residence into something that's now being rezoned as a complete part of a residence, and making it cohesive.
Well, that's your choice, and I'm not saying it's wrong, but if you were concerned about German siding taking over, I don't think you have to use it everywhere.
No, exactly, because you haven't uncovered it. What have you uncovered on the residential build? I mean, on the commercial building.
Just wire mesh plaster over old rotted plywood, and the same for the extension of the porch addition that was there. The German is actually on the initial, and then there's concrete masonry block at the rear, and then an old wood shed. So you're talking about actually 5 or 6 different types of exterior siding material there.
And landscape that was built up and it is rotting your sill, I suppose.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
All right, good.
Okay,
so
window of opportunity. I think it's a difficult design problem with the first floor. The porch. I do the filled-in porch, but fortunately, that's your problem, not mine.
and he says that with all due respect. So, Tom, food for thought. I'm assuming you want to adjourn. So therefore, unless there's public comment, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to the next meeting. Tom, if you are to resubmit any new designs, they have to be in the Thursday before the next meeting, Thursday at noon before the next meeting. So that's essentially 10 days from now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you can't make that date, then you can simply let Jackie know, and she'll put it on the calendar for the following meeting.
And the next opportunity for this one is this time next month, or not in 2 weeks? In 2 weeks.
No,
time?
in 2 weeks.
Okay, great.
March 8th. The next 2 meetings are March 8th and March 22nd.
Okay, great. Thanks for your perspective, everyone. Appreciate it.
Okay, great. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay. So the last application in this category is that of 61 Pheasant Lane for a 2-story single-family dwelling with attached garage and pool house. Alice, this is a new application. Are we okay on affidavits?
Yes.
Thank you. I see somebody other than the 6 or 7 of us. So,
Brian Albrecht.
Okay.
Yeah. Brian Albrecht.
Okay. Brian, just identify yourself, and if you're the architect or the owner or whoever you might be.
Oh, hi. My name is Brian Albrecht. I'm from John Lafayette Architects Office, 828 Marlboro Highway, Water.
Brian, for whatever reason, you are highly muffled. I don't know if it's your Bluetooth or if it's your microphone, but I'm having.
Okay. Well,
I don't know. It sounds like you're underwater.
We all are underwater, I think.
I'm getting bleary-eyed.
Any better? I'm just trying to move the
No, but I don't know, folks. Do you think we can muddle through on this? And muddle is the byword.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, it's much better. Yeah.
Okay, except everyone now is very loud to me. Hang on.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll muddle through it.
Oh, you can lower your volume.
Okay, that might be better.
Okay.
Okay. So my name is Brian Albrecht. I'm with John Laffey Architects Office, 828 Montauk Highway. I'm here representing 61 Pheasant Lane LLC. This application, just a little history. It's been before the board before, not this board, but prior board in 2018. And we currently have approval for a 9,389 square foot house. Right now, we're proposing a 8,044 square foot house. So we're kind of scaling things down a little bit. And can you guys see my screen right now?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No. Do you need assistance? Do you want me to talk you through it, Brian?
Yes, if you can just tell me how to share.
All right. What you do is first you pick your picture on your screen, and then you have that green share button on the bottom of your screen. It's green. You click on that, and then you choose your screen.
Okay. I'm gonna do a Google map right now so you can see the site from above.
And I'll let you know if it shows up. So, yep, there you go.
Okay.
Very nice.
Okay, so here we are, Wickapog, Pheasant Lane, and this empty lot right here is where we're proposing.
Nice site.
And Nicole, can you share a different screen on this? It's going to be that PDF there. Okay. So here's the site plan that we had created for this lot. The north arrow is facing towards Wickapog. So obviously we're on a flag lot. We're adhering to the 80-foot front yard setback that is parallel with the flag. We're proposing the 8,044 square foot main residence, a proposed pool house, and this terrace here that you can see. And if we can, it's late, so I'd like to just jump right to the renderings here. So this is a Gambrel house, obviously.
I only see the site plan, the Google map.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. Share new screen. Okay. How about that?
Google Map.
No, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop your sharing.
Got it.
And then choose your picture and put it back up.
Yep.
We have the rendering up?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so natural sidewall, natural cedar roof, white trim. We have some bracketry going on, gambrel roofs, square columns. We're doing these 2/2 light cuts on the second floor around the house. The first floor windows are slightly taller, so we're doing 6 lights per. Here's a view from the other side. The previous view was from the approach from the driveway. Here we are at the parking area of the end of the driveway. This is the garage area that we were just looking at, the garage doors on the opposite side there. The main entry is here. Let me take you around to the other side. Here's the rear with the pool and the pool house. We have these 2 rear roof decks on here. We have a 3rd small roof deck into the studio area to the right-hand side of the house. That's above the garage there. And that's what I have for the renderings at the moment. So if you guys have any questions on the renderings, I could get into the plans to answer any questions.
My only, so far is on your plan, you say you're using architectural roof shingles. GAF, architectural roof shingles, but you just said cedar. So you should change your notes.
Yes, then if that's the case, this is a cedar roof and cedar sidewalls.
Yeah, yeah, and on some of the diagrams it says red cedar, on others it doesn't. I think the...
Yeah, we're not doing, there's no asphalt roof shingles on here.
Right, okay, also related to materials, and if you've been listening, Brian, there's a concern about AZAC now. This is a large house with a lot of trim, and I think, and it's very small lettering, but I think some or all of the trim is AZAC, or am I wrong on that?
Currently, yes, I have been watching the whole meeting, and on these plans, it is noting AZAC to be used quite a bit on this project. I would say that if we could strike the AZAC and replace that with Boral, that would be fine with us. Boral, are you guys familiar with the Boral product?
No.
Okay, so Boral is a trim board. It comes pre-primed white. The painters would paint it to the next level white, as you're seeing in the rendering, but it's made out of fly ash. So it's recycled fly ash from landfill material. On one side of the board, it comes with a wood grain, and the other side of the board is a flat material. It's much softer than AZAC, and when it's cut to the side grain, it's very similar to wood.
Sounds promising. Can you give us a piece?
I sure can.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Recycle. Sounds good to me.
Yep. Boral.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You've got all of us taking notes.
Yeah. I'm actually was trying to multitask and look it up. But yes, if you could drop off a sample, Brian, you're relatively local, right?
Yeah, we're right in Watermill. And John lives in the village, so I'll probably have him stop down there and drop a sample off to you.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, if it's all the things you say, obviously there's interest on the board's part. And just out of curiosity, while we're talking, what are the economics in terms of on the continuum between wood, AZAC? Where does this fall economically?
Economically, this is a slightly lower price point than AZAC.
Less petrochemicals.
Yeah, and it lasts forever. I used it on my own personal house for all my exterior trim many years ago, and the carpenters had left little scraps here and there in the garden beds, and it looks the same. It still has the primer on it. It lasts forever, and it looks like wood.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, sorry, thank you. That was a worthwhile interruption. So board members, any other comments on the design?
To me, it's retarded tear, but maybe that's just me. I mean, it's just that the gambrel roof design that seems to have sprouted along Wickapog and various other streets. It seems to be popular, but I'm sort of wondering whether it's run its course, but that's just my
question is, on both the front and the back of the house, you've got a 4-pane window at the top, at the peak at the top, over the door and over the
this transom window here.
Transom, that 4-pane transom seems out of place to me.
Okay, I believe it's
like a contemporary element on a non-contemporary house.
Yeah, I think you could lose that dormer.
The rear of the house, we have no purview of the rear of the house, do we?
Well, no, we do. It's all part of it,
but it's also the same thing happens at the front of the house. If you look at the front,
it's actually different on the front of the house. Let's go. I'm going to bring you back to the front.
Yeah.
There it is.
Similar,
over the front,
but it's set back slightly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to echo Sarah's thing. You know, we've seen these things all over former potato fields. I guess it's a formula that sells. I'm not going to object to it on that reason. It is actually within that, what I consider unattractive genre. It is well designed. My only issue would be getting rid of that dormer we were just discussing with the, not the dormer, the gable with the
that one gable seems to be.
Okay.
Now, you know, in our design process, we had played around with the roof line in that area. And having nothing there at all seems quite empty.
Nothing wrong with framing the void.
I'm sorry?
Wrong with framing the void as a design.
Oh.
Great effect. And you don't have to stick something in the middle all the time. Sometimes it's nice to have the center be empty.
Okay, noted.
What is? Can I ask? What is all that fencing material in the back? What is that fencing material?
Oh, that was the pool enclosure.
Yeah, but what is the material that it's made out of?
This material around the pool fence would probably be painted mahogany.
Okay, so any other concerns about design? So let's see. All right, so other than so we've got materials samples to be submitted. There were some comments about the windows. And so Brian, it's up to you and your client what you want to do about that. I think the board is, you know, it sounds like and could go either way, but I don't want to put words in their mouths on that. But that's my sense of things. Board members, did I characterize that correctly? Or?
I think you did.
Okay.
Is everyone on the board feeling the same way about that central gable piece?
I think it's fine as is. Just Mike.
Yeah, personally I find it okay. I see where the window, it might be cleaner without the window, and then I think that would mitigate Peter's concern. And again, I don't want to speak for Peter in terms of filling the void, but the use of the windows makes it sort of like pop out as, look at me, I'm in the middle. Anyway, but you guys might want to play with it and see how it looks to you.
Could I just ask about the copper roofing? Is that just over I see that you have a metal roof specification. Is that just
that metal roof specification exists only on the front porch. That has quite a low roof pitch there.
Yeah, and it's copper, so it'll
be shiny for the first month, and then it'll be a moot point at that after that.
Just pointing it out.
Yeah. Good. All right.
Away.
All right. So you've heard the board. The board has spoken. Okay. Or at least shared some comments. So and you're going to provide us a sample. So let's adjourn till the next meeting. Get that sample in. Fool around with that window, see how it looks and how you want to come back to us with any changes or not. Again, that's your call. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn 61 Pheasant Lane, LLC. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay. All in favor? Aye.
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 Those who object, nay. Okay. So sample and mid window. Okay. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks for sticking around. Okay, finally, and speaking about sticking around, we have driveway gates non-historic. The first application is that of DMDC Holdings, 128 Prospect Street, who have requested an adjournment to March 8th. I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, adjourn. Okay, so finally, Rose Stewart, 54 Meeting House Lane for the driveway gate. Okay.
Stephen Ospital is coming in.
Don't do that, Mark.
Hey,
that's catching.
Steve, just identify yourself.
Steve Hospitality of, can you hear me?
We can.
Steve Hospitality with Moises A. Cerdas Builder, builder for the applicant.
Okay. I think I was frozen there for a second.
Peter's computer has crashed. He's trying to get back on.
Okay.
But it went so long.
Are you frozen again, Jeff? You're muted, Jeff.
Come on, Jeff.
There we go. Getting with the program. So we lost Peter?
Yeah.
For the moment.
Okay. Let's wait a minute. But Steve, just to save, well, why don't you introduce yourself, since we do have a quorum, but we'll save any serious discourse until Peter gets on.
Steve Hospitality with Moises A. Cerdas Builder, the builder for the applicant.
Okay, great. I want to appreciate and give you an award for sticking around to the very end. Thanks a lot.
No
I don't know if you've been before us before, but when it comes to gates, we're only concerned with the architecture, not with the, when I say we're only concerned, our responsibility is strictly to judge the request, the application on the architecture. So whatever the uses to either keep creatures in or creatures out, whether they be two-legged or four-legged, is not an issue. So let's just talk about the architecture. Let's see if Peter is getting on. And when I say architecture, also the harmony within the neighborhood, or harmony to the neighborhood.
I don't see him yet.
Okay, why don't we proceed? We do have a quorum. And Alice, unless you advise otherwise, I think we should proceed given the hour. I think you could
proceed.
Yeah, thank you. So Steve, identify yourself, or you may already have. I'm good.
I'll do it again.
Okay, thanks.
Steve Hospitality, Moises A. Cerdas Builder.
Oh, you did?
The builder
that
for
sounds
the applicant.
familiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, the floor is yours.
So we're looking to do a 14-foot sliding automatic driveway gate. Regarding the materials, we have AZAC on there, but I've been listening throughout, and I feel like the AZAC is probably not the way to go. So we could just, that was just the material that we were saying, but we can go with painted mahogany.
Okay.
Painted white. There's the keypad isn't on a gooseneck, it's on the left-hand column. And the columns themselves, it's annotated on there that there's stone, but you can't really tell from the renderings. It would be a natural gray stone with a blue stone cap. It's the veneer that's currently on the foundation walls of the main house and pool house, and also on the basement stairway to the in the main house. I have a picture of the stairway. I mean, I don't know how well you can see it on there. Probably not, but you can see the contrast against the blue stone cap on top.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Right.
Thank you for that picture.
Okay, and the heights.
To the top of the cap is 7 foot.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. It's pretty straightforward design. Board members, comments?
Transparency.
The spacing on the spindles and the spaces in between are equal, 2 inches.
Okay. So let me give you some thoughts. Again, I'm breaking a little bit with procedure here, but Meeting House Lane is an historic street. It's not within the historic district, but it's an historic street. It's a village street characterized by village houses, which are small in nature, probably Meeting House Lane. I mean, that's where it started. And the people lived close to the street. They worked in and around the village. Gates are incongruous to that setting. That being said, gates within, if they are harmonious to the neighborhood, can be approved. This particular gate has an issue with material, as you said, has an issue with transparency, and height and scale, all of things within our code when it comes to a structure. So when we address concerns of harmony in an historic area for which there are traditionally no gates, speaking for myself, and I think for the board, but I'll let them speak for themselves, is as diminutive as a gate could be, as historically, and I'm not even, when you say there are no gates historically, it's hard to have a gate that's historic. But I don't imagine anything on that street had anything more than a small decorative picket fence. And so, I look at this and appropriate for other areas, perhaps even in a state, but not in harmony as presented for a in-village historic street. And again, I use the small h. So other board members, you may have opinions that differ than mine, or may be more specific on the design, the materials, the scale. But I'll let you speak for yourselves because I have no voice at this point.
I think I would echo that. I think for the neighborhood where these gates are intended, they're too substantial. They're more of a barrier, and they don't speak to the friendliness of the street. I think they're too tall for where they're located, and they just don't fit harmoniously into the way that the rest of the structures that are on that street, especially for the size of the lot.
Okay.
I'm in agreement also. I mean, I think about there's a wood pedestrian gate that is opposite you, and that's basically the behind Judge Burke's location, and everything else. There is no precedent for this location.
Oh, sorry.
Go.
I personally don't like gates for all the reasons stated, but as the law currently stands, the residents have a right to gates, therefore you have a right to yours. And in fact, considering it abuts a commercial district, I think there's even more reason to have the privacy of a gate. So I have no issues with it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mark, we heard from Mark. We haven't heard from Peter.
Well, Peter crashed. He's not. He texted me and said that he had a problem with the transparency. And
okay,
hang on, he's in, you guys. He's in. Hold on. He's coming over. He's coming over.
I think the pillars are just too large and too foreboding.
I think, Steve, you're getting a sense of the drift of where the board is going on this now, to the extent that, and we'll hear from, looks like Peter's out again. Peter's back.
There he is. There he is. Unmute. There.
All right.
You hear me?
Peter.
Yes.
Hi. I'm sorry.
Peter,
you're back.
So Peter, the board members, with the exception of John, expressed concern about the materials, scale, and transparency of this gate, and an overarching concern about whether or not a gate or a gate of this nature, this design, is harmonious to the neighborhood. So,
well, yes, thanks for updating me. That's a concern we, of course, have, but we're told that we have to approve them, of course, with our purview of materials and such. But about this gate, what maybe you discussed it. I'm sorry. The stone pier I found very weird. It can't be solids bluestone. Is it slabs of stone? It's just very unusual. I don't think it's.
Yeah, no, it's a natural stone veneer. It's the same as the foundation on the main house and pool house. And then the cap is bluestone.
But are they slabs of bluestone? Slabs of, it says stone.
They're like a stacking stone kind of veneer. I had this picture. This is the basement stairs going down. That's what it looks like.
Oh, I see.
So this has a bluestone cap, so you can see the contrast and color and texture.
Okay, I think that's maybe not right, though. I think maybe a wooden post would be better.
So a lower profile.
Wood.
Like a mahogany painted white.
Wood post, more transparent.
So you want to see is there like a general percentage transparency that you like to see?
We like 50%, 40% sometimes looks good.
Yeah, no, I would go for more than less. So think about this house. I know we live in the 21st century, but think of this house on a 19th century street and what materials would be used and what the scaling would be used. Again, it's not in the historic district, but it definitely has an historic component to it. I would doubt that bluestone caps and stone were used on pillars of any sort in the village, and I'm not even sure outside in the estate area. So that's not critical of your selection, but it's saying it's not in keeping with that neighborhood and the nature of the houses there. So that's what the board is saying to you. So I would suggest going back to your client and reflecting what was said, and then you're welcome to come back. So.
All right, one other question that I guess I would have is there a height that you'd like to see them at? Because she definitely doesn't want it to be blocking the house and stuff. Like you said, it's just more to keep, anybody or anything that's not supposed to be there, out.
Yeah.
More of a deterrent.
Well, again, the functionality is not something. On the other hand, and part of the reason it isn't, because anything that anybody's come up with, and this is no insult to your client, it doesn't hold water at the end of the day. Whether it's to keep deer out or keep burglars out. The Southampton Village is you know, a well-policed village with a very low crime rate. Your client bought a house in the village, so there comes a certain understanding that there will be people walking by, and that was perhaps the appeal to that. But again, I'm not going to get into the functionality, but we can only look at the architecture. And in terms of scale, materials, and transparency, the board is generally saying that it's out of harmony. So it's a lot of things that have to think about. Maybe, look, we can't tell you not to have a gate, but maybe you don't want to have a gate. That's a choice too. But that's your choice. Okay. Anyway, we welcome to hear your application again. And so, as much as you said you wanted to come back, unless there are other comments from either the board, I don't think there's any public around at this point. And God help them if they were. With that, I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn. Just before I do, so Steve, if you do decide to come back with a modification of this design, it needs to be submitted on the Thursday noon before the next hearing.
Understood.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So, and if you can't make that, then you can just move it to the one after that. So, okay.
All right. I appreciate the feedback.
Thanks. And thanks for sticking around.
Yeah, thank you.
Not a problem.
All right, good. So I move that we accept the applicant's request to adjourn to our next meeting. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. We'll see you in a couple of weeks or thereabouts.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good night.
So unless there are other questions, comments, I will ask that we adjourn this meeting. Everybody can run to bed, run to the bathroom, wherever it might be. I thank you all for sticking on as long, and also for the thoughtful input and comments. And so again, thanks much. Okay, everybody. So with that, I move that we adjourn this meeting of the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation on February 22nd, 2021. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
And I don't imagine anybody would say nay, but you're welcome to say so if you wish.
Aye.
Okay, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Jeff.
Take care. See you.